1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and Decisive, what a moment. Well, the real suspect came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Finds out it's 2 runs and the winning hit. On come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. It's shot by Sol. It's into...
Yes, a warm welcome to the fourth and final day from Stanley Park. It's been a really good 3 days. Blackpool Cricket Club have been terrific to host this 4-day county championship fixture. And, well, we could be set for a brilliant fourth and final day. A bit of drama late on, potentially. Or we could see a few twists and turns maybe on this last day. The equation is 7 wickets for Lancashire. Quite a lot of runs for Durham, all to try and bat through the day. Their target was 475, so they need a further 341 to win. There is the Ben Stokes factor. But a lot of batting ahead. We'll see how the fourth day unfolds. Aspinwall to get us going. That's a full-length delivery, which is driven up towards mid-off where Barnum fields. And there is no run. Good morning, Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle.
Good morning. It's a slightly fresher feel this morning, a bit overcast, a bit more of a breeze, cooler breeze today. So the stewards who've been in shirts the last few days now in coats today. But a pleasant day nonetheless. It's meant to get warm later on.
Aspinwall for Lancashire in and bowls and punched away for 4 through the covers by Bedingham. Nice looking dry for the first runs of the day. Off the bowling of Tom Aspinwall, who's been one of the main kind of characters in this plot through the course of the previous 3 days. Effectively, it's his debut. He was named in the side against Surrey for the first match of the season, but he didn't bat or bowl. It was a rain-affected day and a game rather. So this is his proper debut, and he's had some impact, picking up 5 wickets in the first innings and 2 towards the back end of last night. As he's in and bowls again, that's the left. It kind of just shoots through a little bit to Hurst, the keeper, who takes it about knee height, just leaning away to his right hand side, and there's no run. Yeah, so he's been one of the characters of this match. Tom Aspinwall, I think he's just 20, and has bowled beautifully. And then we've seen the Lion and Stokes battle through the course of Saturday. That was really good fun to watch. We saw Stokes bowling like a marathon last night. It's driven away to mid-on, to the right of mid-on by Bedingham, and he'll come back for 2. 140 for 3 now. Yeah, he bowled a 10-over spell last night, Ben Stokes, at the back end of the day's play, trying to get Lancashire all out. In the end, they declared on 3-5-3 for 9 to set Durham 475 to win. So he's played his part. It's been a brilliant 3 days for Ben Stokes, bowling, running in and bowling hard. It's a mammoth spell towards the end of yesterday. Aspinwall bowls again, defended by Bedingham, and there's no run. He's had his part to play. David Bedingham, a century in the first innings for Durham, making 101, and the Lancashire captain with a century in both innings in this match as well.
If Durham are going to get anywhere today, they need at least 2 centurions, don't they, to keep them in this game.
Let's see how deep they can take it, how long they can keep going and chipping away at the deficit. Aspinwall is in, that's pulled, up towards Mahmood at mid-on, and there's no run. And you just wonder whether there's still a role to play with the bat for Ben Stokes. He was the victim of Nathan Lyon on Saturday. I think he only faced 16 deliveries in the end, Stokes, and then Lyon got him just edging behind to slip. For 2, Ben Stokes with the bat in the first innings. So he might have a part to play for Durham later on. We'll see, but that's all to be kind of potentially unfolded through the course of this final day. As Martin was saying, there's a lot of work to do if Durham are going to try and take this deep and try and be in with a shout of what would be a pretty spectacular run chase if they can get somewhere near. Or will it be a case of trying to protect what they've got and try and leave the filed coast of Lancashire with a draw? Lancashire looking for their first win of the season, having lost their previous 3 games actually. Not lost 3 county championship matches since 2001. Looking to avoid the prospect of a 4th straight defeat. Nathan Lyon's whirling his arms around already. He's going to be in for a lengthy spell, isn't he, today? And there's Mahmood. Balls, that's nudged away to the leg side. And there is no run, so 140 for 3 it remains. Mahmood bowled a pretty lively spell at the back end of yesterday. In fact, the final over of the day yesterday was a superb 6 deliveries by Mahmood. Robinson left and played at 1, and then played and missed at 1. So Lancashire looking for 7 wickets on this final day to pick up their first win of the season. David Beddingham's unbeaten on 37, Ollie Robinson on 13. Durham's target is 475 to win the match. Still got a certain Ben Stokes to bat yet for the visitors. Lancashire 7 wickets away from a win. Durham 140 for 3. Yeah, it's good to see the spell from Mahmood last night. His first game actually was last weekend at Trent Bridge. First game for 12 months last week. Missed most of last season, missed I think pretty much all of the previous year. So he's slowly building back up to full strength and full fitness. It was a really good, it's as well as I've seen him bowl actually since his return last night. It's pushed away by Robinson up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Another little subplot in the whole game. So yeah, we're looking forward to this final day. And a brilliant finish here 12 months ago against Essex. Essex actually went on to win. Lancashire were chasing 430 on the final day. And at one stage it looked on. And eventually they were out for 380. And Essex secured a victory deep into the 4th day. Could be set for something similar again. Mahmood from the south end of the ground, bowls to Robinson. That's helped high out towards the leg side. And
gone out the ground? Where's it gone?
Yeah, all the way for 6. It's certainly gone for 6, and there's a couple of spectators just peering over the wall.
Yeah, I lost sight of that, but I saw them staring into the trees. Oops, am I not?
No, you just seemed a bit quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, they were looking over the wall, weren't they, into the bushes and the trees. Well, it is within range. he's that boundary.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. That's better.
My microphone had twisted around and was pointing towards you rather than me.
Oh, that's no good. I don't want that.
The new ball, or a box of balls, has been brought on. What are we, 35 overs in?
There'll be a dog walker finding that at some point, mooching around in the park, come across a cricket ball.
It's busy today, mine. I mean, it doesn't look so busy in here, but trying to get parked this morning was a bit of a trial. So I think there's an event going on in the park. Very busy in there.
Not a bad crowd in, but that might build through the day. Over the weekend we had a really good crowd in Saturday in the region of kind of 2,500 inside the ground watching the day. Been lucky to have such a beautiful weather over the course of the weekend, which has helped. And then all the sprinkling of the stardust in terms of the international players that are on show. Right, we've selected a a new ball. If Durham gets somewhere near the idea of chasing these runs down, we're going to go through a lot of balls today. And there will be, in particular, out towards that leg side where Robinson just walloped it away for 6. Mahmood in again, balls, it's left. And taken by Hurst, and there's no run.
I've already had one message today from Derek saying he believes, and he believes in the Ben Stokes factor as well.
That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
If they are to get anywhere, and you're not only are going to see a lot of balls disappearing over the wall, then it's going to be a cracking day's cricket, isn't it?
It is. It's going to be, which is what we had last year.
Yeah.
Essex went on to win. In the end, it was too many runs, but it was for Lancashire to get. But it was a brilliant finish, deep into the evening session.
Was it an over to go or something, wasn't it?
It was. Yep. It's punched away into the offside by Robinson. It's a nice looking shot off the back foot, square of the wicket for 4. Yeah, because Lancashire thought about chasing the runs down, and at one point that looked likely, or looked possible, not likely, it looked possible, and then they shut up shop to try and get the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great finish. End of the over, that's quite an eventful one. He's had a lovely shot off the back foot, just squared the wicket for 4 and pulled one up and over the leg side boundary to bring up the 150 for Durham in their second innings. So 150 for 3, Robinson on 23, Beddingham on 37, target of 147. And 10 coming off that Mahmood over.
How many boundaries have we had already today? There's been at least 3 4s and a 6. Two 4s and a 6. Aspinwall bowling here. Played away by Beddingham, short on the leg side. No run. Yeah, if Durham could get a good partnership from these two, put something like 150, then they're in business, aren't they? They're back in the game.
Yep.
There's a long way to go yet, though. Aspinwall bowls, right arm over. Beddingham plays the ball back towards the bowler. He tries to snatch it with his left hand. It bounces away from him, but there's no run. It's gone to Bohannon at mid-off. I think for a period, Lancashire were the team who'd beaten Durham the most in the county championship. They've won 16. Durham have won 8. There've been 8 draws as well. Here comes the bowler. Beddingham plays it short to Williams at mid-wicket. The game at Sedbergh toed and fro, didn't it? And then Nathan Rimington managed to launch a bit of a rearguard action for Durham with bat and ball. That one ended in a draw. Remember Jimmy Anderson hobbling off with a fetlock in that one as well. I think he had a sore Achilles or something.
He did, yeah. That kind of ruined his Ashes, that didn't really. Didn't really feature too much that summer.
In comes Aspinwall, driven past Bohannon at wide mid-off and away for 4 runs to the scoreboard on our left-hand side. Remember Cameron Bancroft getting a few runs in that game. And in the marquee, Paul had added up all of his recent scores because he'd got a century at Sussex a week or so earlier. Said he could be in line for an Ashes call-up, and then a day or 2 later, it was announced he was in the Ashes squad for Australia. Aspinwall bowls. This is played into the covers, no run. So that was 2019, wasn't it?
It was, yep. It was a great week. Good game. Well, again, the weather was good that week.
Yeah, it was nice. It rained the first morning and we were, oh no, but then the weather just cleared after that. It was lovely. Driving to the match twice that week. I was staying in Ravenstonedale, or Ravesdale as the locals call it, as Aspinwall comes in and bowls. Oh, and an attempted cut and a miss there from Beddingham. Ball just leaving him beyond off stump. And two mornings I got stopped by cows coming in for milking and just had to sit there while all these cows walked past the car. Don't normally expect that on your morning commute to the cricket.
No. Explains why your timekeeping was pretty shoddy.
Yeah, but you didn't complain when I bought lots of fresh milk.
It's still warm.
I know. Have you ever tried fresh milk? Really?
No.
Oh, horrendous. Absolutely horrendous.
Isn't that what Erling Haaland drinks?
I don't know.
I'm sure
He probably drinks
raw milk.
iron girders.
Yeah, Mahmood balls to Robinson. That's driven to mid-on, and there's no run.
When I was at school, I had a friend who lived on a farm up on Clevedon Hills, and I used to cycle up there after school on an afternoon, and had this romantic idea that fresh milk would be gorgeous, and her dad said, "Oh, here, try some." Oh, warm and salty.
Let's not go down that route.
Have as much as you want, he said. There's one mouthful, I think. It's then sent off for pasteurisation and cleaned up, and completely different by the time it's put in a bottle.
There's Mahmood from the south end of the ground. Oh. Well, he's running in and pulling away.
Put him off. Don't know what it was.
No, I don't. He was kind of stretching out the back of his right leg, wasn't he, just before he set off? So he did that twice.
Jennings is trying to get somebody's attention at the far end of the ground from first slip.
Yeah, again he's
flexing. Bit of a hamstring. Sorry, Achilles maybe, calf.
Yeah.
No, he's stopped again.
He stopped again.
This is not good. No. Jennings is running up to have a word with him now. Now the sensible thing here, having tried to run in twice, would be to go off and get some treatment. Well, this could be a major issue for Lancashire here if they're losing their strike bowler, but he's got to be thinking about self-preservation and his injury record in recent years.
He has, yeah. Looks like he's gonna try again, but this will be a third time.
This is only going to end one way, isn't it, really?
Mentioned Jimmy Anderson. This is what happened with Jimmy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In that game at Sudbury. Tried a couple of times, and then there he goes. He's going to set off again. Well, he's in, and he's bowling. And that's driven up towards mid-off.
Sort of limped away across to the left-hand side there after he bowled that one.
Yeah. It looks like a bit of a muscle thing, doesn't it, in his leg? I mean, the first thing you fear, I suppose, is his back because of what's happened previously. But no, it didn't look that way. He's stretching
what was
out
it?
his
Back
leg.
injuries before, was it?
Yeah, back injuries. Yeah.
See, I mean, I've had a back operation, and the nerve damage I can actually, the nerve that runs through your calf can ping quite a few. It feels like it's a cramp coming on, but it's a nerve issue.
Well, he's back in, bowls to Robinson again. It's defended away into the offside, no run.
Well, he's getting on with it.
He is, yeah.
Katie's emailed, "Morning Martin and colleagues, I'm looking forward to a full day's play from Blackpool today, fingers crossed. Yesterday I played my first competitive cricket since pre-pandemic. We play 8-a-side softball cricket with roughly indoor rules. I was loaned to the opposition because they were 2 players short."
I wonder if they got booed on the way back to the
I don't think so.
Teammates.
And my batting partner and I made 4 runs and lost 3 wickets, a net contribution of -11.
Mahmood to Robinson, and that's helped high again out towards the leg side, just off his hip, in towards the crowd. This time it doesn't quite clear the fence, it bounces on the back wall. Just eased away, gently guided off his hip for 6 out towards square leg. It looked pretty effortless, that, from Robinson.
Just nicely timed, wasn't it? You think of the nervous final over he had last night.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good 6 balls, that, wasn't it?
Yeah. So not the most auspicious start to the season, says Katie, but really fun to be playing again. Good luck for the rest of the game, and hope you all get home safely this evening.
Nice. Well done, Katie.
Katie the meerkat counter. She said in a previous email she'd been here counting, inspecting meerkats in the zoo here, didn't she?
Okay.
On Friday, I think it was.
160 for 3. And Mahmood in and bowls. This time it's run away through the offside by Robinson. He just guides the ball away through point for a single. It's 161 for 3 now. Wells coming up from the point boundary. It'll be interesting to see if Mahmood goes off after this over. I think it probably would be. Well, the fact he's carried on, maybe not, but you would think it would be the thing to do, just to double check. It could be a long day. You can always come back out and contribute later, but we'll see. Final ball of the over this for Mahmood. He's struggled a couple of times, twice aborted his run up. He sets off again. He's got Bedingham on strike. So Mahmood over the wicket and bowls. Oh, that's through to the keeper, Hurst. He's gone to try and play that as Bedingham. Just shakes back in. Hurst takes it leaning away to his left. It's the end of the over.
He's just waved to the pavilion.
Yeah.
I think he's wanting a 12th man on.
I think that's probably sensible, isn't it? Can't get checked out. So hope he's all right.
Durham lost the services of Matthew Potts yesterday. He didn't bowl at all because he's apparently got a bit of a sore toe. Did field though.
Hence that absolute marathon spell, wasn't it, from Ben Stokes?
Took a 5 for yesterday, Ben Stokes. Aspinwall has impressed me in this game with his bowling. Ball's a nagging length. He's had a bit of movement off the ball as well. And only 20. No doubt Martin Spate will be claiming the plaudits again. As, this one's pushed away out through mid-wicket by Robinson for 1.
He said he spoke to him on Thursday night.
He spoke to Spatey, did he?
Yeah.
Right. I was going to text Spatey today, actually. And, he's down at Repton School now. He's not at Sedbergh anymore. Comes in and bowls, and that's left alone by Bedingham. Gone to the keeper.
Lyon's stretching already, so maybe he's the man that's going to come and replace Mahmood. It was these two that did the damage for Lancashire in the first innings. Aspinwall from one end, Lyon from the other. Picked up 9 wickets between them.
Bowler comes in. Ooh, I thought he was going to slam that into the pads there. Looked like all of that approach from Bedingham looked wrong. He looked like he got inside the line and was playing across it and missing, but he got a bit of an edge of the bat on that one. Just went to the offside.
Everyone started on time across divisions 1 and 2 at the county championship. 4th and final day of each game.
Aspinwall in. Oh, playing a miss. Now there was a shriek from short mid-wicket there and from the keeper, but nothing from the bowler, which is telling.
So yesterday we saw the victories for Surrey. They beat Worcestershire.
Sussex won as well, didn't they?
Yeah, that was a
cracking fight back from them.
Pretty dramatic 21-run victory. They bowled Yorkshire out for 161. It's a great win for Sussex and a win for Surrey.
Aspinwall bowls. It's played out through the covers. It was in the air for a moment, quite low, but it was in the air. 1 run. George Bell fielding out there. I don't think the ice cream man will be doing as much business today as perhaps in other days. The pizza oven hasn't been fired up yet. In fact, it looks shut, doesn't it?
Yeah. Kind of
the express grill's open though.
It's like a pizza van, isn't it?
Yeah.
Betsy's Pizza.
Yeah. That's turned off the legs by Robinson out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run. It says Betsy's Piz at the minute.
Yeah,
so the other Z and the A around the back
around
somewhere.
the back, yeah. Just quite fit it on the front, on the side. Betsy's Piz. With the double, with the other Z. And the A around the other side, I like that. Maybe it's on each door.
Maybe. Well, the thing these days, these pizza oven vans. They sometimes have the big clay pizza oven in the van, and I remember.
Okay.
I remember at well, it was Grantham.
Right.
A couple of years ago in the one-day cup, in the middle of a heat wave, and going to get pizza at lunchtime, and the staff were melting inside there.
I can imagine, yeah. It was a hot day here yesterday inside that van. It is Nathan Lyon that's going to replace Sakib Mahmood. So I hope that's nothing too sinister for Mahmood. The fact he continued is over. He's encouraging. Lyon, how big a part is he going to have to play? He's got 3 catches dotted around the batter. Short leg slip and a slip. Here he comes, first ball of the day for Lyon. Big appeal for LBW, because Robinson's gone back to that. Probably not. Interesting to look back on the replay there. Here we go. Let's have a look at this from Lyon. Around the wicket, pitching, turning.
He went back into his crease, didn't he? That might have been hitting leg stump there.
He did. Lyon in forward this time, Robinson. And defends, no run.
Can hear a PA system. There's an athletics track just over the back corner of the ground there. You see the floodlights in the trees?
Yeah,
so there might be a school's athletics event going on, which would give the reason why all the car parks are full today.
It's a big park, Stanley Park.
Yeah, massive area.
Shuffle down the pitch by Robinson and worked up towards mid-on. Lyon goes scampering away after it, trying to catch up with it on his knees, but beyond his reach. And Robinson gets a single, so he moves on to 33. 165 for 3 now.
You've got the leisure centre just over the wall opposite us. The athletics track to the left-hand corner. The park all around the right-hand, the left-hand side of us and behind us. And then on the top of the hill, there's a golf course. And then just beyond the leisure centre, there's lots of football pitches. Sports complex there as well. So
there's a boating lake.
Is there a boating lake as well?
And there's a zoo.
Yeah. You've got everything you need at Stanley Park.
You could spend weeks here.
Yeah. On safari.
Yeah. Lyon to Bedingham. Back in the cross and defends. Flicking the ball away to the leg side for a single. Takes him to 43 not out. 166 for 3 now.
Davey Fenix emailed. He said, did you find out about the rule regarding subfielders coming onto the pitch during an over, like what happened on Friday? He said, like you, I thought you had to wait until the end of the over. No, I never thought about it again after that, really. So.
Lyon to Robinson. Goes back and defends. Flicks it up towards mid-on. Lyon darts a few paces to his right to field. Stops the ball, scoops it up and gives it a polish. His sunglasses on Nathan Lyon. Spent yesterday in between overs having a right old natter to the supporters at the edge of the boundary at fine leg, signing autographs. The back foot cut away, nice shot. That'll be 4. A race away down towards the deep backward point boundary. 4 runs for Robinson. It's the end of the over as well. And he's now 170 for 3. Nice looking shot by Robinson. And back, carving the ball away for 4. So Robinson's 37. Benningham's 43. Durham are 170 for 3. Yeah, we're stopping for pictures and signing autographs, having selfies done. Oh, this is all while the game was going on for Nathan Lyon, but in between deliveries it was great. Great moment for the cricket fans in this part of Lancashire to be able to get up close and just have a chat. It was just a nattering away to them in between deliveries.
That's been Walt, ball in hand, north end of the ground, running away from us. Bedingham on strike, cuts at that, and that's off towards Bell on the point boundary, 1 run. Sun's out now. target 4.75, remember, so the highest run chase for Durham was at Taunton, 4th innings in 2004 when they scored 453 for 9. That's through to the keeper, and that included a big 100 from Gareth Breeze. Aspinwall bowls, that bounces and then goes really low through to the keeper.
So that game you just referred to there, Martin, that was the one where it was 50 odd for 5, and then this brilliant partnership to.
Yeah, there was some big partnerships quite late in the innings.
But it was some recovery, wasn't it? It looked like it was all done.
I think for the last stand they put on 88? Did I say something like that?
That's some finishes, that.
Aspinwall in again, defended by Robinson. It runs out onto the offside and is picked up by George Bell. Aspinwall in, pulled by Robinson out to 2 deep mid-wicket. Fielded by George Lavelle, the 12th man. 1 run.
Yeah, just dropped a little short, hasn't he? Last couple of deliveries, Aspinwall.
His action's interesting because when he starts his run up, he's leaning so far forward. It looks like he's almost off balance, and then he gradually rises up as he comes towards the stumps. Leaning a long way forward there, and then up he comes and bowls. Oh, and a play and a miss from Bedingham. Looked a bit overly casual, that one there, the shot.
That's the length though, isn't it?
Yep. End of the over, just 2 singles from it. So Durham 172 for 3 after 40 overs here on the BBC.
Yeah, pretty solid start, isn't it? First half an hour. Not just come out and kind of blocked it. Obviously, they've had some chance to hit some boundaries and score some runs, and they've ticked along pretty well. There's a lot of batting here. I know I keep droning on about the game last year, but it's a great reference point that Lancashire batting on the final day thought they could win it, get to 430. But then even Essex had to go deep into the final session to take the wickets to win the match. It wasn't easy to bowl side out on the last day. Lyon to Robinson. Played forward in defence and there's no run.
Jamie Bowman, the reporters, sent some pictures here of photographs he took of that Sedbergh match in 2019.
Well, Jamie went camping.
Yeah, he was camping in a farmer's field, wasn't he, I think? Nice photograph of a guy leaning over the wall looking into the ground.
Goes back this time, nudges the ball away to the leg side into the shin guards of George Bell at forward short leg, no run.
It was interesting because there was a public footpath down one end of the school and people could just sit and watch the game free from there.
Yeah, there's like little wooden benches where you could sit on. Skip down the wicket towards Lyon by Robinson. That's worked along the ground through wide mid-on for 1.
5 years ago now.
173 for 3. Robinson moves to 39. Brings David Bedingham back on strike. Can he match what Keaton Jennings had done in this game and get back-to-back centuries? 44, and a good start. Ticks along to 45 now as he just flicks it away off the back foot, crosses front pad away to deep backward square leg for a single. 174 for 3. Brings Robinson back on stride, just ticking along at 4 runs and over. But, it's okay. Steady first half an hour here. Lyon to Robinson. Again, that's played away down to deep backward square leg. Robinson gets through for a single. So he moves on to 40 now. 175 for 3. A couple of dot balls to start the over, and then managed to be able to run a single off the next 3 deliveries. Final ball here for Lyon. Comes from the south end of the ground, and he's got Bellingham on strike. The ball over the wicket to Bellingham. That's nudged away down towards the leg side. Oh, they think about a single. They have a little hesitation. Bruce sends the throw in towards the keeper's end. It's about the first moment of slight panic we've seen from Bellingham or Robinson today, but there was a bit of yes/no about that. But they agree eventually that there is a 1 there, and that completes the over as well. 176 for 3. Target of 475. Viewers on Lex TV, you'll be able to see there the chance to win a signed Nathan Lyon shirt. You can follow the instructions on screen and get yourself in with a chance of winning a signed Nathan Lyon shirt. Fancy a bit of that, Phoebe Graham? Signed Nathan Lyon shirt?
Yeah, definitely. Get that up in the living room, I think.
Get that framed.
Get that framed. A few big characters on show today. Ben Stokes in next to bat. It's set up for a very good day's cricket.
Thunderballer Phoebe Graham with us on this 4th and final day, on the back of a brilliant win yesterday in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Aspinwall in, defended nicely by Bellingham. Yeah, it was a good win for Thunder yesterday. Started our campaign nicely.
Excellent.
We've got our next game on Friday in Beckenham against the South East Stars.
Had a good couple of weeks, haven't you, Thunder? It's a good start to the season, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been reasonable start in the 50 over comp. Aspinall in, drives that through to cover for 1 run. We've won 2 out of 6 and probably been on the wrong end of a couple of close matches as well. So I think there's a lot of confidence and belief in camp, which is good. And it was nice stepping foot on the pitch yesterday in the T20 comp where we got to finals day last year. You could just feel the sense of belief and confidence in the group, which was nice. Aspinwall in, through to the keeper.
Oh, so having got to finals day in that competition last year, that has actually given the team a real sense of belief, has it, that you can, you found a way and a formula to win T20 matches, and obviously it was successful last year to get to finals day. You can kind of noticeably feel that. Yeah,
just the confidence, the energy, people owning different fielding positions, just small details like that make a big difference. Aspinwall bumps Bellingham, and he pulls that to square leg, and they're coming back for 2. Comfortably make the 2nd run.
It's good running that, isn't it? I think just drop a little bit short on this pitch. I'm not sure there's much in it for the bowlers. Time to play that one.
No, he's got a few coming through, Aspinwall. He's got a lovely action. Not built like your traditional seam bowler, is he? He's probably about 5'11" and quite a broad frame. Aspinwall in, drives that down the ground, does Bellingham to Bohannon at mid-off.
He's had some week as Aspinwall. Prospect of bowling to Ben Stokes on Saturday. He bowled in tandem with Nathan Lyon at the other end. He picked up his first-class wicket, and then about 3 hours later he's got his 5th. It was a brilliant day for him.
Yeah, brilliant. And that was something that was spoken a lot about, was that partnership and that bowling tandem between him and Lyon, which is amazing experience for Aspinwall. Drives that, and Robinson just plays that in front of his bat, defends for no run. That's the end of the over. Durham 179 for 3. 296 runs to chase down this total, and we started to build quite a nice partnership here of Beddingham and Robinson. Field that Keaton set is pressing for wickets, but also covering the boundary as well. So it feels very, very like a 50-over game at the moment, doesn't it, in terms of how they're pushing for wickets, but also ensuring that run rate is kept down and they don't leak too many boundaries.
Nathan Lyon to David Beddingham. He goes back, works the ball away behind square, no run. Gets 82, the partnership now. And it was much as last night as well as this morning. I mean, that was a pretty tough spell to get through late last night. Lancashire on the search for more wickets. And got through it, and they've built nicely so far. Lyon again. Just dabbed away off the back foot. Out to mid-wicket, no run. 179 for 3. So yeah, it could be a day where there's going to have to be patient, aren't they, Lancashire here?
Definitely. Lyon definitely looks threatening as well. There's been a lot more oohs and ahs since he's come on to bowl.
Into Beddingham. Goes back, takes a single away through the offside. And moves on to 48, 180 for 3. It's hard not to try and look ahead, isn't it? Because you've got to deal with what's kind of here and now, but this partnership continues to build. And Ben Stokes is due in at some stage, probably next.
Yeah, he's sat padded up.
As Lyon's in, squeezed away into the offside by Robinson for a single. The game here against Essex last year, Dan Lawrence scored about 150 in one session. It just kept teeing off and teeing off. So they could be in for a quite an interesting few hours. We'll see. They've got to try and keep this platform building, Durham, from a Durham point of view. Lancashire prizing desperately for the first wicket. It's in the air, but it loops off the thigh pad to Bell, short leg. And there's no run.
Stokes is sat on the balcony in his cricket shirt, arms out, getting a tan in Blackpool prior to what looks like he's in next.
In comes Lyon to Beddingham. Back foot defensive shot, no run. Sometimes, I'll be honest with you, but that's the end of the over, 181 for 3. There were words I wasn't massively expecting to hear in the deep depths of winter, that Ben Stokes, one, would be here in Blackpool, and two, would be getting a tan in Blackpool. For those two things to combine, there's a lot of things that have gone well.
Yeah, we said it before, we bring the big stars to Blackpool, don't we? I think it was last year, Joss Butler was a little bit out of form, and we got him back in form in Blackpool. And Dane Villas was saying that I think it was an evening game, and Joss was roaming the streets of Blackpool that morning, just having a coffee, having a chat with the locals. So
love it. He got a 50 in that blast match, didn't he, Butler?
He did, yeah. I think it's good to give the internationals a taste of Blackpool.
Why wouldn't you want a taste of Blackpool?
Absolutely.
And once you have a taste of Blackpool, there's no going back.
I think it's such a good atmosphere as well. With it's probably 1,000 in today. It feels exciting, doesn't it? Danger Balderson in and defended there by Robinson, right on the money straight away is Balderson.
Yeah, 5 over spell for Aspinwall, 5 overs for 18 from this north end of the ground. Well, as Martin Emerson likes to call it, the zoo end of the ground.
I think Keaton will use Aspinwall like that throughout the day, yeah. Short, sharp spells, see if he can break a wicket. He's got that extra bit of pace, and it's coming off the surface nicely. It's Balderson in, pops off the splice of the bat there. No one in to catch that, but the umpire does signal a no ball.
We had that drama yesterday as well. Ben Stokes, or was it on Saturday? I can't remember now, but either way it was Ben Stokes no ball and Jennings edged to slip. Was caught on about 70, something like that maybe. Went on to get his century.
Balderson in and driven down to mid-on. Lyon comfortably round and fizzes that in to Hurst. Yeah, I think when Stokes is coming back into bowling more regularly, that is something that he does creep over that front line. And as a bowler, it's the worst feeling in the world. You can't explain it. Balderson in, comes off the surface, lovely there, and zips past the outside edge of the bat.
So you'll have no bowled, but have you no bowled with the joy of a celebration of a wicket and then the horror of
I don't think I have, you know.
Oh, no, we don't want that, do you?
I kind of want to say I have, just to touch wood so that it doesn't happen, but okay. I might curse myself here today at Blackpool. Balderson in, driven down the ground, through the air, lofted, and that's one bounce 4 over Nathan Lyon at mid-on. Bit fuller there from Balderson, and Robinson's just thrown his arms through that, and he makes his way on to 47. Not out.
Lovely shot. Partnership edging towards 3 figures now.
They've looked really comfortable at the crease. It's only really Lyon that's created much threat. There's been a little bit of bounce and pace off the surface. I haven't managed to find that edge yet. Balderson in much better length as it's punched to cover.
It looks like as a bowler you've not got a great deal of margin for error on this type of pitch. It feels like that slightly fuller length is perhaps the way to go. Anything that might just be a little bit short, batter's got time to play it.
Balderson in, shorter, and he guides that through backward point, and they come back for 2. Robinson makes his way to 49. That's the end of the over from Balderson. Durham 189 for 3 in this run chase.
92, the partnership.
286 required. There's definitely going to be a result today, isn't there, Scott?
There is.
That's for sure.
Yeah, there is. We've had a 45 minutes of cricket, Phoebe, haven't we, this morning, and I still have no idea which way the result's going.
I think at the start of today's play, it felt like it should be Lancashire's game. I think after this good start from Durham, it puts it into either of the team's hands, doesn't it?
Still an awful lot of runs to get, but it's a solid start to the final day. Lyon carefully going back, coming in and bowling to Bellingham, who's back and across and defends. And there's no run.
Particularly with the threat of Nathan Lyon.
Yep.
You wouldn't want any other bowler in the world here at Blackpool, I don't think. Maybe Jimmy.
Lyon balls, Bellingham again going back, just nudging the ball away to the leg side, no run.
Lancs have done great though, so the game that Stokes makes his first appearance in 2 years county championship, we bring the Lancashire fans to Blackpool.
Yep.
The last Lancashire game before Jimmy's last ever test match for England is at Southdale and Birkdale.
Should be. It's been perfectly put together, hasn't it? There's a Lyon balls again. Keeps a little low. Bellingham turns it to the leg side, no run.
I think it creates a really nice atmosphere at the club grounds. You can feel the energy of the fans. There's a lot of people that have either taken the day off on this Monday or planned to be here.
Comes Lyon in bowls. Bellingham pushing forward. Gets a few excited as that ball pitches and spins back in towards Bedingham, who is right forward.
Looked like in the first innings there was a real battle between Lyon and Stokes, with men in front of the bat, behind the bat.
Yeah, that was one of the great stories of the match, really. Smothered away by Bedingham. Up towards backward point for a single. Moves on to 49, 190 for 3. It was the biggest crowd of the game. It was Saturday afternoon.
And that's Mahmood back on the park, which is really promising to see. Yeah. He wouldn't be back on the field if Sam, the physio, is almost chaperoning him at backward point there.
Keeping a close eye, isn't he? Lyon this time to Robinson. Round the wicket and bowls. Robinson back and defends, no run. End of the over, 190 for 3. Bedingham 49, Robinson on 49. Yeah, the Lyon-Stokes contest on that Saturday was great, full house. It couldn't really have scripted it any better for the Blackpool cricket fans that have come into the ground to watch that contest. We're going to see it again at some point today, aren't we, as well?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we can see Sachs moved to the square leg boundary and Sam moves with him, the physio, the Lancs physio, and making sure he is in good enough nick to be on the pitch.
It's like his bodyguard. Everywhere he goes, Sam Byrne follows.
It'd be an absolute heartbreak if he got another injury though, wouldn't it? And it's just brilliant to see him back on the pitch, particularly in this format. Such a promising talent, and just struggled over the past few years with injuries. Balderson in, zips through, just misses the outside edge again. It's a wonderful length from Balderson and just carries off the pitch. Does seem to have a little bit more nip at this end and have that extra bit of carry that's done the outside edge of Beddingham's bat.
It's a good ball, isn't it? You say, Phoebe, it's that length. If you, there's something in there for the seamers. We've seen it through the course of the game so far. Find that length. That did nip through, didn't it? Played it well to get everything out of the way of it.
Balderson in, another brilliant delivery as Bedingham guides that through cover for one run. He raises the bat to the Durham dugout as he scores his 50.
It's good knock.
He's also enjoying his time at Blackpool. 100 in the first innings, 50 in the second. He's really anchoring this run chase for Durham, is Bedingham. Balderson in, right on the money, defends through to cover. Does Robinson.
72 balls for his 50, 6 fours and a 6.
Yeah, it's been a lovely innings from Bedingham. And the two of them, both Bedingham and Robinson, have come out this morning and played really strong cricket shots, clear on plans. Balderson in, guided through square leg for one run. And that's Robinson's 50. Plays a really good innings here for Durham, 50 off 87 deliveries. Quick raise of the bat to the fans at Blackpool. You can tell the two of them know this is only a small part of the job that they've got to play today. Balderson in, driven to mid-on.
It's a good start, isn't it? You say it's a small part. It is a start of potentially what they'll need to do, which is a much bigger impact. But one of these, if not both, but certainly one needs to go on, doesn't it? Double that. Give Durham a chance of doing something special later on in the match.
Balderson in short, pulled over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Sort of diving effort there in mid-wicket by Luke Wells. But just goes over the top of him. He's a tall man, Luke Wells. If it was going to beat anyone, you often say, I wish this player was there, but just beats Wells there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, even for Wells, who can give Blackpool Tower run for his money. He's he's not big enough to to stop that. That was walloped away again, wasn't it? He's got time to play, hasn't he? I mean, that will give concern to the Lancashire dressing room, but it'll give Durham further hope. You know, with who that's due in next.
I think what we've seen from both Balderson and Aspinwall is if you find that length, no matter what line the ball's on, it looks difficult for the batters. So if it's on leg stump, it's cramping the batters. If it's on the off stump, it's sometimes got that extra bit of pace and carry. But anything short feels really simple to play. Anything full, batters can get their hands through.
Here's Lyon to Robinson. A bottom hand on that as he pushes it along the ground through mid-on for a single.
And I think the margin for error is probably 5 or 10 centimetres. It's not a lot at all. But the promising thing is there's something in it there for the bowler still. And when there's something in it, you know that you can still take wickets. So they'll always be in the game here today with Lancashire.
Here comes Lyon to Bellingham. He's carefully went back and across and defends. Eases the ball away into the offside, no run. Yep, I suppose that's what the message is going to be, hasn't it? And actually, we've seen through the course of the day that if you, at the game rather, kind of little spurts of wickets really. Aspinwall got on a great run after tea on the second day. Back this time, defends, no run. Bellingham. Can Lyon get himself on a bit of a roll? It's a lot of batting to do, but it's 197 for 3. It's exactly 100 run partnership as well with the single off that first delivery of Lyon's over. So 100 partnership between Bellingham and Robinson. Edged. Oh, and it's gone into and out the hands of Luke Wells. It's a sharp chance. Reaching for it away to his right. Hit the palm.
Oh, it was a tough chance. Off the back foot, big cut shot, but he's got a top edge there, and Luke Wells diving to the right, gets a hand on it, but doesn't manage to keep hold of it. They're the opportunities Lancashire have to take.
Come back for 2, 199 for 3, but Bellingham dropped on 54, but it was a super sharp chance. Forward this time in defence.
Seen some good catching throughout this match as well. Some of the Lancashire wickets. Potts sprinting back, taking a catch. They're the moments that really do matter.
Well, it was flashed off the top edge of the bat, as Phoebe said, and slapped the right hand of Luke Wells. Deep in the crease here, Bellingham, and steers the ball through the leg side for a single. And that is the end of the over. And they've got to 200 in their second innings. The lead is 103. And it's a further 275 runs to win. But we've had almost an hour of cricket. And the partnership continues to grow, continues to build. It's a fancy T-shirt you've got on, Phoebe. Seeing you on Lancs TV here.
Thank you, yeah. Wow. I don't really know who this geezer is, but he's loving the sun at Blackpool, that's all I know.
Looks like a chirpy character.
It's a Christmas present off my sister, so they try and style me up and make me look cool.
I've given up with that.
Balderson in full, driven down the ground. Bohannon dives and stops that going from 4. Lyon tidies up the work.
Did well, didn't he, Bohannon? Get something on that. Hit it firmly. I'm with you, Phoebe. I'm thinking that's going to rattle its way in towards our commentary tent here, but good stop by Bohannon.
Yeah, he covers a lot of ground as Bohannon. Robinson's hit that really straight. Bohannon's taken a lot of yards in towards that straight shot and full length dive. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. Balderson, nice length, defended by Beddingham.
The search for the first wicket of the morning continues. In fact, no wickets in any of the Division 1 games so far. Just having a look at some of the scores. In fact, I think actually right now the first one has fallen in the Somerset-Kent match.
Balderson in, defended comfortably by Robinson.
Yeah, Harry Finch, the man out, the bowling of Josh Davies. So Kent are 455 for 6. They're following on against Somerset. They lead by 79. And we were watching from afar, or from this tent, keeping across the scores yesterday of this ridiculous innings from Zach Crawley, making 238 of 267 deliveries.
Balderson approaches the crease, driven down the ground, up, and that's one bounce for. Lovely shot there by Robinson. Fuller from Balderson, and Robinson just lets his hands go through the line of the ball and lost that over Nathan Lyon. One bounce for.
Just a footnote as well that Sakib Mahmood's gone back off the field again. So he came out, did a bit of kind of gentle fielding on the boundary, and then has gone back into the pavilion.
Felt like that was probably part of a bit of a rehab moment. I don't know.
Well, just to try
he
and
was
test him
man-marked by Sam for
was, yeah.
3 overs.
Yeah.
Did a little bit of fielding, didn't look too uncomfortable on the pitch, and then got taken off. So hopefully that's all been managed. As Balderson in, driven to mid-wicket, no run.
But it leaves Lancashire a bowler light, and their kind of express bowler, their kind of gun quick bowler, which is well, quite literally making Keaton Jennings scratch his head as he's doing now. He's just removed his cap at first slip and runs his fingers through his hair.
Yeah, there's not much of a chance that he's going to come back on and bowl. They'll protect him to make sure that he's fit for the rest of the season. Balderson drives nicely through extra cover as Bohannon comes round and cuts off the second run. It's the end of the over.
Good one, isn't it? Again, 6 off it. So 6 without any risk. It's a lovely lofted drive for 4. It's got the boundary, and then they took a single off the first ball and a single off the last ball. So a risk-free 6 deliveries really, and they've chipped away at 6 more runs.
Yeah, they're going at a reasonable lick this morning, aren't they, Durham? And as you said, without really taking much risk. The only real difference that I've seen from the field placement is Keaton's covered those boundary riders, so cover's been out probably since the 10th over of the day. For Nathan Lyon, he has got a backwards square, a square in front as well, and a deep point, so they're making sure, and a long on as well, so they're covering those boundaries.
Lyon twirls in and bowls again. Oh, that's a little bit of a slash by Robinson, looking to try and force the ball away. He just toe ends it into the ground. Hurst, the keeper, goes to scoop it up. No run. 206 for 3. Lyon into to Robinson, forward and defends again. He's back down. Ball that's pitching and spinning back into that front pad.
He looks threatening, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just the 1 wicket so far this innings. But I think Lyon has to be the man to break through this partnership.
Tries again and brings Robinson down the pitch. A little dance towards the off spinner and then quickly aborts anything that was too flamboyant. Just defends. Just pushes it away to the offside. Back with Lyon. He's stood assessing the scene at the top of his mark, looking to the leg side and the offside. He's happy with how it is. In and bowls, and that slides past Robinson's bat. Oh, into the gloves of Hurst.
It's clever bowling from Lyon. That just straightens on Robinson as he plays for the spin. He knows how to set batters up.
Yep. Spinning back in, and just heading on. Forward goes Robinson and defends. And there is no run. It's right forward, bat in front of his pad. No risks yet from Lyon, but then again he's put nothing in any area that allows him to kind of work it into a gap or play anything too expensive. It's been a really probing, challenging over from the off spinner to Robinson. The ball turning back into him, mainly with the odd one just going across. Down he comes, Robinson works it back to Lyon, who completes the over and picks up a maiden as well. It's 206 for 3. We've had just over an hour of play. Beddingham 58, Robinson 56. Century partnership, and still search for that breakthrough goes on. 109 runs they've put on so far, these two, for this fourth wicket.
Just got the changing room assistant from Lancs, Nunny, walking across the pitch there. Or walking in front of us even on the media centre at Blackpool. We had the privilege of having our other changing room assistant Ash with us yesterday, who gave up his Man City tickets to his parents to take care of the Lancashire Thunder Northern Diamonds game. That just shows the commitment of the Lanc staff. Appreciate them a lot here at Lancashire. Nunny's made his way to Blackpool. Balderson continues. He's in to Beddingham. Defended nicely there by Beddingham. Great bit of pressure from that last over from Lyon.
Yeah, that was his first maiden of this spell, so he bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden for 17. But they managed just to nudge him around, hadn't they, in the previous 5 overs and just at least tick things along. But every delivery was on the money there, wasn't it, from Nathan Lyon?
Yeah, we could see Balderson just back the over up, start to really create a bowling partnership here and put some pressure back onto Durham. Balderson in, defended again by Beddingham, right on the money again.
Was full face of the bat, wasn't it? Solid front foot defence.
I think it's also good that Lyon's at mid-on, always handing the ball back to Balderson. Just gives you that extra bit of motivation to hit your area when your partner from the other end is next to you, sort of giving you intel, egging you on. You're the partnership, bowling together. Balderson in, lovely length there, and they scamper for a single.
It's good running, that, isn't it?
Really good running.
Early to try and sneak through for one.
Just to the left of Bell there in the covers, and he was quick off the mark. He wasn't sitting on his feet there, was Bell. But they just know, the two of them here, they're batting really nicely together. If it's to the left of them, if it's to the right of them, where the singles are. Balderson in, thick edge there, but it just goes in front of the bat. Doesn't quite get hold of that. Does Robinson looked like he was going to play a extravagant shot, but just pulled out of that last minute. Had a feeling it was going to go to Keaton, thick outside edge, but it just spliced in front to Bell. Balderson in and clips off the legs to square leg for a single. And they've just pushed Nathan Lyon sort of 3/4 of the way back, and he comes in again for Beddingham. So they're really looking at how they can deprive Durham of boundaries so that they build pressure in a different way. Feels really 50 over like how this game's being played. Balderson in, nice line, mid-wicket in, and throws it, overthrows, but the batters aren't interested in running to that, even though Jennings has to run to the boundary to pick up that ball from Wells. Good over from Balderson, just 3 from it. Backs up his partner, Lyon, who's building the pressure from the other end.
Yeah, we've had 4 bowlers used so far today. Started with Mahmood and Aspinwall, and to Lyon and Balderson. Mahmood still off the field. Captain Keaton Jennings might be having to conjure up a few plans through the course of the day, chop and change his bowlers, try and find a way of, at the minute, just disrupting this partnership. They look pretty serene, these two, batting calmly, batting carefully, just nudging the ball around. They stick up them and they're playing the shots when the ball's there. Anything that's a little short they've gone for. Trying to find a way of breaking this little bubble that these two have got wrapped around them.
Yeah, it's very low risk cricket, but with quite high reward in the fact that it's easier to play.
There's Lyon to Beddingham, that's turned down into the ground, bounces up and over George Bell, who's at short leg. No run.
If it's marginally full, marginally short, that's when they're capitalising on the runs. So they look comfortable out here. It's going to take a bit of patience from Lancs here at the moment.
All over the wicket this time, a change of line in this over for Lyon. Actually, I think even over the wicket to Beddingham as he plays forward in defence, and round the wicket to Robinson. He's got Beddingham on strike at the minute. That's played defensively away. He's on 60. Durham are 209 for 3. Need a further 266 to win the match. Lyon bowls and Beddingham going back. Plays it gently away into the leg side, and there's no run.
Just looking at the field here, there's no one in on the offside, so you've got cover out, mid-off out, catcher in slip with Wells, and that is all the fielders there on the offside.
Lyon bowls. Pushes Beddingham back. It seemed a little quicker, that. Maybe a little extra zip on it from Lyon.
You've got short leg, square leg, in on the ring, backward square out, in front of square more of a mid-wicket out, long on out, and a straight mid-wicket.
Beddingham going back and across, and again a watchful defensive back foot shot, just bouncing away to the leg side, and there's no run.
He's trying to tempt him to play that drive. Beddingham's reluctantly doing it.
209 for 3 is Lyon to Beddingham. And that's just flicked away behind square on the leg side. It's going to be another maiden over for Nathan Lyon. It's a 209 for 3. Beddingham on 60, Robinson on 57. And yeah, pressure cranking up from one end from Nathan Lyon, but they're playing him pretty calmly, Beddingham and Robinson. At the minute, it's right arm seamer George Balderson from this end, but looks, Phoebe, like a bowling change here.
It does. It looks like Will Williams is going to come into the attack. He's only bowled 3 overs so far this innings, and it'll be the first time we see him today. Just 8 overs in the first innings as well, with no wicket, so reasonably fresh in terms of how many overs he's got under his belt. Only 11 so far this game, so that's good for Lancs, particularly with Saqib off the pitch.
Yep. To find a way of making up some overs from Saqib Mahmood. Something that Durham had to do as well, because Matthew Potts didn't bowl in the second. Well, he didn't actually bowl in the second innings. He bowled 3 overs, I think, in the second innings, but didn't bowl at all yesterday with a toe problem. So we have Ben Stokes churning out 10 overs on the spin at one stage. I'll leave you, Phoebe. Martin will come and join you.
Brilliant. Will Williams comes into the attack. Right on the money ball one. There's a thick inside edge into mid-wicket. Great start there from Williams, who looks to get a little bit of shape in to Robinson there. Will Williams, the Kiwi from Canterbury, who has both a New Zealand and English passport, so is domestically a UK player. In and defended nicely there by Robinson. Right on the money is Will Williams, which is good. Jennings changing every sort of 4 or 5 overs this seam attack from the zoo end at Blackpool, trying to get that breakthrough wicket. Williams giving up his New Zealand rights to play there, to be a domestic player at Lancs, and he's been a great signing for them the past couple of years. 3rd year with Lancs. In, oh, thick edge. Goes all the way down to 3rd man as it goes up and over Jennings at first slip. That's the length that just has that little bit extra bounce and carry. Promising sign still. There's still something in it for the seamers there.
Intriguing tussle this, isn't it? Durham very much still in the fight here. Said at the start of play we needed a big partnership from Beddingham and Robinson. Keep them in it. Both have got to half centuries for the 6th time this year. And Beddingham has also got 101 in the first innings here. He got 144 in the last match at Hampshire, 138 at Kidderminster, and 52 against Essex.
Certainly in form.
It does seem a bit warmer now as well. The sun's come out. It was a little bit cooler earlier on.
Little change in field as they put a Gully in here. So they've got Jennings in at first slip, Gully, Williams in. Brilliant delivery there, right on the money. Defended by Beddingham.
Inside edge onto the front foot. Robinson had had 6 half centuries in a row, including a 50 for the England Lions, and then got a 1 at Hampshire and a duck here, which was very uncharacteristic, but back to form today.
Williams, Shorten, punches out, through to cover on the boundary. So rotate this strike comfortably there for a single. Well, yeah, I saw in the post-match interview yesterday, Jennings had said that Durham, the starting 10 for Durham have all got first-class centuries, so it's not going to be as simple as it sounds, taking 7 wickets today.
Yeah, well, Matty Potts went in as a night watchman at Edgbaston a few weeks ago and got 149 not out, and then was batting at number 10 the following game.
Williams in and defended by Robinson. It's a great first over there from Williams for the day, just 2 from it.
I wonder who's winning the medals at the school athletics championships over the wall.
I've seen that. There's quite an atmosphere, isn't there? There's a few fans in watching as well.
Yeah. I was wondering why the car parks were rammed this morning, because there's not the numbers in here to justify the numbers of cars out there, but it was about this time last year my daughter ended up becoming the Sunderland 1500 metres junior champion on her birthday.
Oh, amazing.
But that event hasn't taken place yet this year, so I think it's in the next week or two, so be interesting if she can defend it.
Is it the same age group, or has she moved categories?
Ooh, I don't know, she's just turned 14, so will she have gone up a year or not? I'm not sure.
I don't know how they do it in athletics. Cricket's like under 13s, 15s,
Yeah.
17s, isn't it?
She might be in another age group now. Here's Lyon. That's gone down the leg side, and it'll tickle past the keeper by Beddingham. That's heading towards our marquee. And George, the photographer, has retrieved it. Williams was racing round the boundary to try and cut that one off. What's the little trim on the sleeves of the Lancashire shirts? A bit snazzy, isn't it?
It's like the red rose on repeat.
Right.
So you've got little different parts of the red rose. It's a nice little bit of flair to the kit.
Lyon comes in again. Beddingham cuts out through the covers. He should get 2 here. Lavelle, the 12th man, chasing after it. Fields it. So this partnership has been an excellent one from a Durham point of view. The 2 elements to it: A, it's still going, which means B, there hasn't been a wicket this morning after they lost 3 last night. So they've added on about 124 runs now.
They've looked good as well, haven't they? They've looked comfortable, clear.
Lyon again to Beddingham. Beddingham forward to that one. Ball just pushed off towards point. The keeper collects it.
Just the one opportunity this morning. Beddingham dropped on 54. Wells in first slip, diving to the right. He got a hand on it.
I didn't think he'd got a hand on that. I was watching that on the computer. It didn't look like he'd reached it. Did it look like he had on the telly?
Just looked like there was a deflection off.
Oh, tries to cut that one, and he's played and missed. It's in the keeper's gloves right above the off stump bail.
Might be doing Wells a disservice, but I thought he got a palm on that.
Well, I just sat down and I heard you talking about it, so I rewound the video just to see what I'd missed, and he's going to cross his stumps here this time, Beddingham. The ball comes in at an angle just outside of off stump and hits him in the pad.
Big LB shout as well, early doors from Lyon, I think, to Robinson. The umpire didn't give, but aside from that, the 2 of them have just looked comfortable, haven't they?
Lyon in again. Oh, and that skids through, and the keeper's taking it. He nearly got a bottom edge there, David Beddingham, and Lyon caused him 1 or 2 problems in that over. Last night, particularly the final over, it was at 6s and 7s, Robinson, against Mahmood. Very nervy. It looked like any ball had his name on it, but he got through it, and then he's looked a different player again today.
Yeah, they said that 4-over spell from Mahmood was fantastic last night. He didn't take a wicket, but moving the ball both ways, with pace. Fortunately has gone off the pitch with a little niggle. Don't think it's anything too serious, as he came back onto field for 4 or 5 overs with the physio Sam almost man-marking him, so we didn't know if that was part of a bit of rehab or testing the waters. But they're going to obviously look after Zach, as he's had so many injuries the past couple of years, but just good to see him back on the pitch, isn't it?
Virtually 2 years of his career, isn't it, really?
He's got the England fast bowling contract as well, so he's high hopes for that spot in the England team, but just keeping him on the park. Williams in fuller delivery, driven straight to Bell at cover.
weircricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to drop me a line. I've been doing all kinds of tests with the computer today. I don't know what any of it means. There's just lots of gobbledygook on the screen now. And I've had to forward it on to varying people.
Williams, Shorten, punched through cover, sprinting round Aspinwall, but that's 4 to add to the Durham total. A little bit shorter there by Williams, and looked really quite comfortable to play as it sat up nicely there.
It's teasing him all the way there, wasn't it?
It was. Didn't know if Aspinall was going to go a diving front foot dive when you're even 10 yards short of the ball, but you think you might get that. Williams in to Robinson,
Ooh.
slashes at it, and goes up and over. Jennings in the slips for 4 more.
Well, I said this morning Durham needed at least a couple of 150 partnerships, or at least a couple of centurions, and at the minute these two have put on 132. So Beddingham has 71, Robinson 66.
And they're going at a good rate as well, aren't they? You can't knock them from that. There's 8 from the overall at ready. Williams in, much better line and length there, defended comfortably by Robinson. Back on the money after a couple of shorter deliveries. One very short and wide that slashed over the slip cordon for 4. One short on off stump that Robinson guided beautifully off the back foot through extra cover for 4.
Another issue with the ball here now. Plane coming over, quite a large plane, twin propeller job, going low over Blackpool. Might be circling around to go and land at the airport.
It's a gorgeous day here, isn't it? You've had some awesome weather.
Yeah, it's been nice.
In Blackpool, take you to the coast and we treat you at Lancashire.
Beautiful light down the coast last night. I could see a big wheel across the estuary, so I was trying to work out where it would be. And as the crow flies, when I looked on Google Maps, you're only probably about 20 miles from Colwyn Bay.
Williams in. Ball's a lovely line and length there, but defended again comfortably by Robinson. Presents the full face of the bat. No real threat. You managed to make it to the Pleasure Beach?
I've driven past it every day.
Been tempted by it?
No.
Not your kind of thing, that. The Pepsi Max.
I don't. Is it open at the minute? I wouldn't go on that thing. No.
I was about 9 years old when I made my dad go on that. He was petrified. Williams in, lofted up. Lyon chasing that and under it, full stretch dive, about 5 yards short. Felt like a good opportunity there by Lancashire, but didn't quite make the yards to get there. But promising signs again. Robinson tried to drive that over mid-on, where he's seen a lot of success from the seam bowlers, lofting mid-on, 1 bounce 4s. Didn't quite get hold of that, but just fell short into the gap. And that's where the length is so important. When it's been fuller, it's been such a comfortable shot down the ground, over mid-on. And both Robinson and Beddingham have got the hands through the ball really nicely. It's looked effortless. First time we've really seen them get that wrong.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscue, wasn't it? But it was teasing Lyon, wasn't it? It was hanging there for a while. Here he is then, from the south end of the ground, right arm over. Defended him off stump by Beddingham. Looks like that plane's just doing circles around the airport, so this must be a training flight or something. Practicing take-off and landings. Nice day though. Lyon bowls and played back to him by Beddingham. It's a monumental task on Durham's hands to go for these runs. 475, they've never chased anything like that before. This is played to backward square leg, no run. He's a little bit slow to the shot there, Beddingham. He's watching it come round before he held it on its way. So where are we? An hour and 26 minutes worth of play so far today. In comes the bowler. Beddingham forward to that one, pushes it away towards point and goes for a single.
Yeah, it's exactly the start Durham could have wished for so far today.
I mean, they got off to a quick start, didn't they? Was it 9 runs off the first over or something this morning? They've kept the pace going.
Even yesterday in the run chase, they started off well, didn't they? I think it was 87 for the first wicket.
83, yeah. Where's the ball gone? Oh. They've brought a short leg in. Robinson's gone back into the crease, looked to try and play that to short leg, and the ball's come to rest right in front of the stumps. No run. The run rate at the minute is 5 and over for the last 5 overs. Current rate of the innings is 4.24. This is Lyons' 9th over of this current spell, none for 24. It's coming right on round now to Robinson. Robinson back into the crease, jabs the bat down on the ball and kills it. And that is the end of the over, just the single from it. So Durham now 232 for 3 after 55 overs. And they need another 243 to win, so they're not even at the halfway stage yet. Shows you how big a task this is. But so far so good.
It's got the feel today of a ODI, hasn't it, in terms of how the field placements are, the lick that the batters are going at 4 and over, the last few overs, the tempo's raised to 5 and over. Lancs, I think, after the first 5 overs, put sweepers out to make sure that those boundaries were suppressed for Durham. And then the only real shame for Durham is Lyon doesn't have the restriction of 10 overs. Otherwise, that would take away a big threat.
There's that plane again. Bit of a delay before the next over begins. Williams will bowl it, and the keeper's standing up to the stumps with the helmet on.
Williams in, nice length, but comfortably defended there by Beddingham. Not quite as quick as Balderson and Aspinwall Williams, and we've seen these two use the feet a little bit. So Hurst comes up to the stumps. I think must feel like that will create more of an opportunity. Williams in, again hits his length, defended full face from Beddingham comfortably. Not taking any risk. Those sort of deliveries, the Durham batters. No need to at this stage. Still a slip in place. Gully has come out. Williams in, defended comfortably again by Beddingham.
Did you say he's on a UK passport now?
He is, yeah. So he had both a UK and New Zealand passport. And Lancs signed him originally as an overseas player. Found out he had a UK passport and asked him if he'd be willing to sign for Lancs for, I think it was a 2 or 3 year deal, and be a domestic player. Give up his rights to play in New Zealand. This is in, defended again by Beddingham, who squares up to play that with the full face of the bat. So he's given his rights to play for New Zealand, to play any cricket back at Canterbury, but is now domestically a UK English player, which means we can still get Bruce and Lyon in to the attack. Williams in and guided down to backward point. They rotate the strike. Score moves up to 233 for 3.
Aspinwall's got a lot of acreage to cover out there, hasn't he? All that offside boundary. So Williams originally from the Christchurch area. Is that where Stokes' family were from? Were they Christchurch?
I think they might be. So I played a season in the Super Smash out there, and Williams had had 1 season at Lancashire, and I was in the Les Mills gym in Christchurch as Williams comes in, guided again to that backward point. Aspinwall sprinting Ryan, but I think it's going to trickle away for 4. It does.
Vacant third man.
It's well played by Robinson, very aware of that gap down by third man, and he just guides that comfortably for 4.
Just come to rest next to the nicely constructed steps which we were discussing the other day.
And I'd spoken to Will just to say hi, but didn't know him that well. And I thought, I really recognise this guy in the gym, but I'm in Christchurch in New Zealand. And luckily he had his lank shorts on. And I thought, do you know what, I'm going to go and say hi. It's Phoebe from Lancashire. I think he looked very confused when this random girl came up to him in the gym, but well, if you're wearing the red rose, then I'll chat to you from the red rose as well.
Aspinwall coming in to try and break this partnership. He's had the golden touch in this match. He got a 5-foot in the first innings. He got Lees last night with his second ball, caught behind for 40. Then he bowled Ackerman for a 5th ball duck. Both at the other wicket to fall last night, bowled by Nathan Lyon for 39. But today, Durham have not lost a wicket. Beddingham has 73. He's on strike. He's faced 108 balls. Robinson has 72. They're 237 for 3 here on the BBC. This partnership 140. Aspinwall up to the stumps from the south end. It's a full toss. It's played out through the covers by Beddingham for 1 run. Bohannon fields it.
I think this was the end that he had the success from as well, wasn't it?
I'm trying to think where he was bowling from yesterday. Yeah, I think he came up the hill, didn't he? We have had a spell of him bowling from this end today, haven't we? At our end.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Yeah, Jennings has rotated the seamers at the other end in Balderson, Aspinwall and Williams.
In comes the bowler. That's driven by Robinson. Lavelle is out there. He'll cut it off in the cover boundary. He's missed the ball actually, but it stops next to him. 2 runs. Well, this is just what Durham wanted today. A good partnership. Said in my morning video, if they're to be in this game, they're going to have to bat the whole day. Whether it's going for the win or trying to save the draw. Similar to last year when Rob Jones got the runs against Essex and Lancashire were chasing 430 and were on the cusp of doing it, and then another drive. Oh, that's a good stop from Wells in the covers. There's only him could have reached that because he's the tallest on the field. Did very well to get to that as that plane comes past for the 3rd time.
That's a great piece of work in the field. That was comfortably 4. If Wells hadn't managed to full stretch, get his hands to that. Probably a tad full so far, this second spell from Aspinwall.
Balls again. That's gone off towards the long leg boundary for 4. And there's a man sitting in the 2nd row. Jumps out the road as the ball whacks into the wall next to him. Just to the right of one of the camera or photographers.
Got square in front and a long leg. But Robinson got hold of that and pierced the gap between the 2 of them.
So he moves on to 78, 244 for 3. Pulls this 2 long leg. 1 run, Williams Fields. Hear the chanting from the school field now, the sports centre. Can you hear that?
Yeah, it feels like a great atmosphere over there. There's a few coffee vans and a pop-up bar the other side of the pitch, and I went to grab a morning flat white and could hear the ripples of applause. The athletic stand was full.
Right. How steep is the embankment at the far end? It looks quite high in the corner, doesn't it, where the steps are? Is it quite a way down there, is it?
Yeah, just drops down.
Beddingham. Oh, that's a nice shot. He's played that off the legs, away, through, wide of, long on for 4. Back into that corner that we were just talking about. That's gone to the other set of nicely constructed steps.
12 off the over there from Aspinwall. Just released a lot of pressure that they've built over the past few overs with that partnership of Lyon and Williams.
Is that the 150 partnership now?
Just got his lengths.
It is 150 partnership.
Durham now requiring 230 runs. As you say, 150 partnership. They're going very well out there today. We're seeing some short, sharp bowling changes from Jennings to try and create something. But Aspinwall, that over just 2 full, then 2 short. Didn't really find his lengths at all. 12 from the over. And the margin for error for seamers is so minimal today, but when you get it right, there's something in it. So Lancs will still see themselves well in the game. The likes of Lyon in the attack and what we're seeing off the pace when you hit that length. We've got a change of bowling here at the zoo end. Wells comes into the attack, replaces Williams. Wells into Robinson, off the back foot and punches that to cover for 1 run. Just got 1 slip in place. Got a short leg. Long leg. Cow. Both straights are up. Cover out in the deep. Wells in, left by Beddingham. A little bit of turn there from Wells.
We haven't seen him bowl yet in this game, have we? I don't think we have.
Wells in wide, punched off the full to deep cover.
He's got 97 first-class wickets, best figures 5 for 25 against Northants last year. I can't recall that he bowled in the first innings.
Yeah, he's been a handy
he didn't.
bowler, an option for Lancs. Off the back foot from Robinson, straight to backward point. Sort of gets very big on him, but he plays that really well. Sort of a handy option to turn to in this format and in T20 as well. Been a little bit short on runs as well so far this season, but got a great record in county championship. Off the back foot again, Robinson, and they come back for 2 comfortably in the end. He guides that to backward point. And Aspinwall doing the work out there. Certainly testing him as an athlete. He looks a fit lad for Aspinwall. Wells in, drags it short, stays low. Just manages to get his bat there and it goes to point.
I'm not sure what he's appealing for because there was plenty of bat there.
It's a unusual piece of play, and the first time we've seen the wicket sort of do something a bit unconventional as it nearly sneaked under Robinson's bat there. That's the end of Wells's first over, 4 from it.
I wonder if that is landing or if they're just going round and round in circles, missing out the middle bit. It's a beach comber or something. John Hutchison has emailed, we are cricket@yahoo.co.uk. Greetings from a balmy Bolton, currently tuned in while scoffing the remains of last night's chilli. Not wanting to jinx anything, but this looks primed for Stokes, for a Stokes cameo, 80 off about 30 to win the game. Away the lads, says John.
How are the lads?
Aspinwall comes in from the south end bowling to Beddingham, no run there.
Jennings coming out of slips, it looks like, or he's just checking angles. He's gone into where the batter sets up, making sure his mid-wicket's right, his cow's right, long leg's right. Back into slips. About second slip is held.
Oh, that's coming our way. A little flick down the legs. Oh! It hit the rope and then shot up, just missed one of the scorers sitting on our left and has crashed into a chair in the back corner of the marquee. But thankfully it missed all of the lunches that are laid out. And the big bag of sugar on the side there, which I'm sure if that had gone onto the floor would have been fun.
Played the bouncer well there. Yeah. Kept his eye on the ball to the last minute as the scorer and ducked out of the way to his left. Great hand-eye coordination from the scorer.
Poor fielding that. I just managed to get my computer out the road once when Alex Hales hit a 6 through the window at Trent Bridge and it smashed into the wall behind us and dented the wall. Aspinwall to Beddingham. Beddingham plays this to mid-wicket, no run there. Nick's had a look on the flight radar thing. He says, yes, it is indeed doing laps. Quite a pleasant day to be up there, really. Nice views across the estuary. Durham 257 for 3. Beddingham 83, Robinson 82. We've got a bit of a race on between these two at the moment. Beddingham's faced 114 balls, Robinson 121. But it's Beddingham who's on strike at the moment. It's Aspinwall. Comes up the slope, right hand, right arm over. And, well, is that Wells? Yes, Wells with another diving stop in the covers there, one-handed.
Covered a lot of ground in cover as Wells there. Another good piece of fielding for him. Made good contacted Beddingham. I think it'd have run away for 4.
He ruined what was looking like a good day out for Durham at Sussex a few years ago. It was about this week, 2017. Put on a massive partnership with Stian van Zyl. 356, I think it was. Aspinwall to Beddingham. Beddingham pulls. He's not got hold of that properly, and it's looped over mid-on. And it's gone for 1 run. George Balderson fielding there. Phoebe's popped away, so Scott's coming back in. Take us up to luncheon. Will there be a stew today, Scott, do you reckon? No?
What have we had so far? We've had... It was curry yesterday.
Nice one yesterday. Yeah. Aspinwall in. Bit of a leading edge there from Robinson. He's looking to play that back past the bowler, but he's found Bell in the mid-wicket zone. End of the over. 2-5-8 for 3. 5 from it.
We had some kind of pie.
Meat and potato pie the day before. That was a big, heavy thing, wasn't it?
It was a big, yeah, that was a big stodgy number. It was lovely. The food has been great. Blackpool Cricket Club have been outstanding. They really have looked after us. I wonder Wonder what they'll surprise us with on the final day.
The chef's come round to see if everybody's been enjoying his food as well.
Yeah, it's quite a nice touch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Everybody all right?
Had quite a bit of cloud cover earlier, but it looks like it's breaking up a bit now.
Yeah, it's getting warm now, isn't it?
Certainly a cooler breeze this morning off the sea.
The steward in front of our commentary tent has removed his jacket now. There's Luke Wells. Balls pushed away by Bedingham up towards cover, and there's no run. 2-5-8 for 3. And with a partnership worth 161 runs, the biggest of the match. 4th wicket partnership. Excellent morning so far. That's punched into the ground again, into the offside. Oh, it's gone through Bohannon. Isn't a costly one, but there's always going to be a single there.
It's a big thing of pie again.
Ah, excellent. Can't beat a Monday afternoon pie. Can't beat a Monday afternoon pie.
Yeah.
Will it be meat and potato or cheese and onion? Steak and kidney. Can't smell anything.
Guinea fowl.
Yeah, that's posh. Wells in again, and forward goes Robinson. Rolls out into the offside, no run.
I think that's about lap 6 now, isn't it?
Fancy looking plane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Went on for a walk on the beach again this morning, Martin. I saw that helicopter of yours that was ferrying people to the rigs.
Right, I heard it today. So you saw it going out to that
did,
rig,
yeah, and it went straight out to the rig. Driven away to the offside for a single by Robinson. Takes him to 83 now. It's 260 for 3. 163 run partnership.
It's flying at about 600 feet as it's passing by. So not particularly high, so it might be going in and doing some practice landings and takeoffs.
Wells in and balls. It's off the back foot and cut away to the offside. Out to a deep backward point. Aspinwall, excellent tumbling dive. Scoops up the ball, does really well. Saved a couple of runs for his side there. 262 for 3. Bedingham moves on to 87. Robinson on 83. 12 minutes remaining of the morning session. And so far, so good for Durham. The Lancashire search for a breakthrough goes on. Forward goes Bedingham and defends. It's gathered by Luke Wells. It's the end of the over, with 4 coming off that. 262 for 3, so it's 213 more runs required for Durham to win this match. It's 7 wickets still for Lancashire to try and find a way to pick up their first win of the season. Been a chance created, which was an edge from Bedingham put down by Wells. It was a very tough chance to Wells that slipped, but it went to his hand. And
I don't think it did.
No, he did. I saw a replay. It did.
You did see a replay.
Yeah,
I thought he hadn't got a hand.
He kind of burst into and out of his hand. He could have got.
He was in full stretch.
He was. Yeah, it was a really, really tough chance, but couldn't snaffle it.
News just tweeted by BBC Sport, BBC Tees, as Aspinwall's coming in here. Oh, inside edge onto the pad, and it rolls away safely.
Low.
Robinson on strike, stay low. Yorkshire chairman Colin Graves says the club must become a private structure in order to survive. Graves returned to the county at the start of the year with the club in a challenging financial position. In a statement on the website, he outlined Yorkshire lost £2.7 million last year, and their total losses now exceed £9 million. When he bailed them out with a trust fund many, many years ago, there was about 20 million then. It was Durham who got relegated. In comes Aspinwall, balls. Oh, that's a top edge. Where's that gone? Oh, it's gone high enough to go for 6, I think.
It's out the ground.
It's gone out the ground.
Yeah.
Has it?
Oh,
it
no,
hit the wall?
It just hit
Did
the
a
wall.
man take a catch there on the wall?
I think he did. 1 bounce, 1 hand.
Oh. So that doesn't count then, does it? It's got to be one-handed off the wall, hasn't it? Not into the wall. So, Robinson, with that 6, takes his score when the scoreboard comes back on. It's a race now between him and Beddingham. Who can get to 100? He's on 89. Beddingham's on 87. Aspinwall comes in again. Robinson guides that past the slip cord, and it should go for 4 down towards vacant third man. Jennings is chasing after it, but the ball clips the rope. 10 in 2 balls. 93. He's got 7 centuries so far, including a career best 167 not out at Leicestershire last year. Got 102 against Glamorgan at home and 114 against Derbyshire. He's now on 93. Aspinwall bowls. Ball pushed off towards the covers for 1.
Been a beautifully balanced partnership, hasn't it, between these two? They've both kind of equally shared the strike, and they've rotated well, they've run well, they've put some shots away when the chance has been there. And when they both got to 50, which came just before the century partnership, they kind of a muted little acknowledgement of it between the pair of them, because they know that at least one and probably both have got to go on and double it. And if they can do that, Durham put themselves into a exciting position from their point of view.
Next ball gone down the leg side to the keeper.
Now I suppose it's lunch, isn't it, on the mind? Robinson feel the need to try and get 6 more runs before lunch, or is the greater picture?
Well, it was Jennings the other day, wasn't it? Got there. Was it just before lunch?
It was.
Last ball, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah.
Aspinwall bowls. Beddingham plays the ball away up the field to mid-off.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. 273 for 3. Excuse me. 11 coming off that over. Actually, that's 6, followed by the 4. 6 kind of pulled out towards square leg. The 4 run down to third man. The profitable one for Durham. Robinson 94 with 6 minutes to go before lunch. Yeah, Jennings got to 3 figures with a final ball before lunch, this time yesterday. But Robinson won't want to give this away by trying to force it and do something he doesn't really need to do. Still plenty of time left for him to try and get 6 more for his century. 273 for 3. Be Wells from the north end of the ground. Slip and a short leg. Wells in and bowls. Eased off the back foot. Gently goes through for a single. Moves on to 95. 274 for 3. Aspinwall on the point boundary fields.
Durham won't want to go off for lunch here, will they?
No, I know what you mean. It's been it's just all going so serenely for them. Lancashire probably could do with a bit of a 40-minute break. Forward goes Beddingham. May have been the googly that from Wells. It seemed to hit the inner half of the bat, pushing away to the offside. No run. 274 for 3.
There's been 6 occasions when Durham have had a batsman get a century in both innings of a game. The last was Alex Lees last year against Leicestershire.
Goes back this time, whips it away to the onside. Williams is at mid-on. He comes up to complete the fielding, and they get through for a single.
That was in late June. He got 101 and 145. Sean Dixon did it at Worcester the year before. He got 104 and 105 and was the first Durham player to get 3 consecutive centuries, having got 100 in the second innings at Sussex the match before.
Wells bowls. It's cut down towards backward point, no run.
Scott Borthwick did it against Lancashire in Chesley Street in 2016. He got 134 and 103, and in the same season Keaton Jennings 160 and 105 against Somerset in Chester Street, and Jennings doing it again in this match for Lancashire against Durham. So Bedingham needs 12 more if he's going to join the list. First one to do it, Dean Jones against Pakistan at Ropery Lane in Chester Street in 1992. Durham's first season as a first-class side.
Nathan Lyon just drops back towards the long off boundary. Wells comes over the wicket and bowls, and that's driven square of the wicket. Aspinwall in front of the screen van at Blackwell Point Fields.
I think I said in the early exchanges this morning, if Durham were going to be in the fight, you're going to need a partnership of at least 150 from these two, and 178 it is now.
Yep. Wells, it's a nice ball, but just slides past the edge of Benningham's bat. But in the last half an hour or so, they've been few and far between. That type of delivery that just gets the bowler interested. It's the end of the over. 3 minutes to go before the lunch break. 276 for 3. Bedingham on 88. Robinson on 96 not out. Target of 475 to win for Durham. And they are now within 199 runs of victory. The partnership has moved on to 179.
What was the score this morning? 134?
Yes, yep.
So, added 132 this morning.
Just think of that one chance, really. Edged by Bedingham to slip, but and it was of the tougher chances to take. But they've been great. These two for Durham. Lancashire could do with 40 minutes off, I reckon, just to clear the mind and start again.
Lyon back into the attack to replace Aspinwall, and swept by Robinson, and that's his 4. That takes him to his 8th century in first-class cricket. Excellent work from him. It's come in 132 balls and includes 11 fours and 3 sixes. And you think how nervous he was last night, that final over against Mahmood.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so you flash back to those last 6 deliveries. He left and left, played and missed, defended. It was a really good 6 ball over that from Mahmood.
This one's gone off down towards third man. He's been chased from the slips by Wells, and they run 2. It's coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll have to go and do an update for Eddie Newcastle.
Yeah, this is the final. I think we've got 3 balls left now. No, 4 balls. Sorry, 4 balls. First ball was swept for 4th to bring up the 3 figures, and then ran away for a couple. So 282 for 3. There's Lyon again. In balls forward goes Robinson. And they get through for a single. The viewers on Lancs TV will be back with you here for the afternoon session in about 40 minutes. Likewise for listeners on the BBC Sport website and the app. If you're with us via Sports Extra, Kevin Howells is going to be talking you through the interval live from Blackpool. He's got a couple of guests lined up from both the Lancashire and the Durham camp. So Kevin on Sports Extra will take you through the interval. Everybody else, whether watching via Lancs TV or on the BBC Sport website and that, we'll have a break for 40 minutes or so. That's clipped away down towards fine leg for a single. Albeit I'm sure Lancs TV will put something on during the interval. There's always a Paul Allott interview from beyond the boundary at some point that you get a chance to watch. What a brilliant session this is for Durham. Could not really have gone any better. It's been a real masterful performance with the bat. Calm, measured. They've attacked well, they've defended well. It's just been pretty serene. Kept a little low to Robinson as he's forced to defend. And there is no run. 284 for 3. And they've got 1 ball left to defend before they can enjoy a very good lunch break. And Robinson plays forward, striding forward, defending, batting in front of his pad. That is lunch. The umpires flick off the bails. Lancashire need to find a way in the afternoon session to come fighting back. And has been a brilliant morning session for Durham. 284 for 3 at lunch on the 4th day. This sensational partnership goes on. 187 that they put on together, and it's been a really accomplished, calm, assured partnership. And Lancashire have tried, and they've tried different combinations of bowlers. They are a bowler light, of course. There's no Saqib Mahmood to hamper their process, but Keaton Jennings heading off with plenty to consider heading in towards the lunch break. Still a long way to go, still plenty, I'm sure, of twists and turns. And there's still an awful lot of runs to get, but it's now down to 191. And that partnership of 187 between Beddingham and Robinson has given Durham the possibility of going on to do something really special, because the next man on the card is Ben Stokes, and there's still batting to come after that. The bowlers used for Lancashire still without Mahmood. He's had to go off in that morning session. 2 wickets for Aspinwall, that was last night, and 1 for Lyon, that was last night. The search for a breakthrough heads into the afternoon session. Kevin Howells is alongside me, and I've got a little update to do for Radio Manchester, so I'll hand over to you.
Who are you? I'll have you. Okay. Thanks, Scott. Well, it's an interesting session, that. I'm not saying I saw lots of wickets falling, but I think I might have thought there might be 1 or 2 in that morning session, and it's the moment just so brilliantly being set up. We've had some results come in elsewhere. In the other game was going on, so we started the day with 2 results over the weekend, and that was victory for Surrey over Worcestershire and also Sussex over Yorkshire. So that left us with 7 games still ongoing this morning at the start of the final day of the 7th round of matches in the Championship. And we have a couple of results further in today, this morning, excuse me. Essex with a victory by 4 wickets, chasing down 330 to beat Warwickshire at Chelmsford. Scores Warwickshire 397, all out 94 second innings. Essex all out just 162 in their first innings, but then 331 for 6 for that 4-wicket victory to try and keep some sort of pressure upon Surrey, who are just doing so well again at the top in the defence of their title and trying to chase down this hat-trick of titles as well. And that 4-wicket victory was brought up with Matt Critchley on 99 not out. Oh, what a way to finish. I've only just spotted that. 9 4s and 2 6s. Simon Harmer at the other end on 14 as well. But I'm sure publicly Critchley, it's all about the team, it's all about us getting the win. But anyway, he's just a wonderful. You've heard me bang on about Critchley before. You think he's a terrific cricketer, and he's obviously done a great job there again for Essex. That 4-wicket win at Chelmsford. And the other result to bring you from this morning is at Trent Bridge, where Hampshire looks as if they might be in a bit of bother. They were 5 down for 85, still need another 85 runs or so for the victory, and they got there with that 5 wickets. And the not-out pair for Hampshire in that victory over Nottinghamshire, Fletcher Middleton with a 59 off 132 balls, James Fuller chipping in with a 77 off 97. So a victory for Hampshire over Nottinghamshire, and a first win of the season for Hampshire as well. They're very much in the same bracket as Lancashire. They've been there and thereabouts, really pushing hard in the Championship and trying to push Surrey and others in the last few seasons to try and lift the title. And everyone, I think, just expecting them to once again be challenging again, along with Lancashire, you know. And yet, looking for that first win of the season, it's not easy. And Lancashire, of course, are still looking for that. But Hampshire have a win now, a victory by 5 wickets at Trent Bridge over Nottinghamshire. So well done to Fletcher Middleton and to James Fuller on completing that victory for them. And Nottinghamshire's next game out will be the game against Worcestershire, which will come up on Friday. Listen out if you would also this week, talking of Worcestershire, for our podcast, our Test Match Special County Cricket podcast. We're going to base ourselves at New Road, not on Friday, although of course we will have commentary from the ground, but we're going to be recording Wednesday morning. Ashley Giles will be joining us to talk about what's going on there, and obviously we'll give mention to Josh Baker and the sad passing of Josh, but the other things going on at the club as well, and they managed to get a game finally played there at New Road over the weekend, Central Sparks, and a lot of work and effort going into that club. So we'll be talking to Ashley Giles along with other subjects, and Tamal Mills and Emily Winter will join me as always. But that's coming up. You'll either be in your usual place for your podcast on Wednesday afternoon or Thursday morning, something like that, this week. So we've only got one more round of championship matches, of course, coming up the weekend, and then there's a break when the T20 Blast will get underway. So we've got this last full round coming up on Friday. And then a bit of a break for the T20. So back to the other ongoing games, and still playing, and they've gone to lunch at Taunton, is the match between Kent and Somerset. That Zach Crawley double century. They were all out with Kent for 178. Following on, they're 494 for 8. That's in front by 118 runs. Somerset having made 554 in their first innings. Joe Denley's 39. Not out off 93 balls. Swanepoel's gone for 7. I think that was just on the stroke of lunch as well. So Miguel Pretorius taking 3 for 87. Jack Leach back in action as well. He's taken a couple of wickets, 2 for 119. But Kent 494 for 8, but that's only 118 runs in front. So it could be, I'm not obviously saying what the result's going to be, but it could be that Somerset, who beat Essex a couple of weeks back, could again, along with Essex, be nestled in there behind Surrey, trying to keep up with them, trying to catch up with Surrey going so well at the top. So if we move to the second division, we've got 3 ongoing matches there after the victory for Sussex over Yorkshire yesterday by 21 runs. Real collapse following that dismissal, which you, if you're on social media, I'm sure you will have seen Ollie Robinson bowling to Adam Lyth on 60, and a terrific ball. And that then said about that collapse for Yorkshire. They were well on course to get what was a target of just 183, but they came up short, and Sussex win, and they're top of the table. So the matches that are still going on today on the final day, and you can find all these games on the BBC Sport website and app. We've got Derbyshire 52 for 1. Having been set a target of 371 at home to Northamptonshire. Northants declaring at 310 for 3 in that game. In Cardiff, and we have just on lunch a situation where they've just completed the 3rd innings as well of the game. So we know that Glamorgan have a lead of 212. 213 therefore is going to be the target for Middlesex to try and chase down Glamorgan, all out for 172 in their second innings. Just have a quick look at the card there. 3 wickets for Luke Holman, 3 wickets for Tom Helm. That was hard work initially this morning, and then once first wicket fell, they seemed to keep on coming at quite a pace. Marnus Labuschagne, of course, was one of the stories yesterday. In his first game back for Glamorgan, the Australian international, he scored 111 in the second innings. Colin Ingram, though, with a very important 105. Mason Crane, a 48. But in terms of the bowling, as I say, 3 wickets apiece for Helm and for Holman. There's also 2 wickets for Ryan Higgins as well. So that game nicely set up for a 4th innings run chase. 212 runs, leaves a target of 213. And Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 706 for 6 declared. Leicestershire following on 109 for 3. And they trail by 226 runs. That game being played at Grace Road. It's terrific that Will Porterfield has joined me. Thank you for coming along. Well, may I shake you by the hand, because it's lovely to see you again, my friend. And thanks, because I know it'll be a busy time. I'm just wondering just how the nerves are, though, in the camp at the moment. That session, yes, I imagine that yesterday, 3 wickets down, going into this final day, you thought, yeah, nicely set up, but this is hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, we always knew it was going to be hard work. It's 4-day cricket. Yeah. It's never easy to win games in 4-day. 4-day cricket, you're always going to be under pressure at some point. We knew there'd always potentially be a partnership, but 190 runs is still a lot of runs. The pitch has got slightly better, but probably a bit tackier day 1, day 2. But that's, it's probably a slightly disappointing session from our point of view. I think it's close to 140, 150 maybe in the session. Relatively small and quick scoring ground, but yeah, I think 190 runs is still a lot of runs, and I don't think it's going to be an easy pitch to start on.
No. Assistant coach, you're there alongside Dale, who you've worked with at Gloucestershire. I know in coaching capacity. Craig Whitehall, part of the team as well. The word is, and what you're saying, the word around and about is that the atmosphere the three of you have created is just top notch. It's just to get a win really would be almost like the icing on the early bit of cake, if that makes sense to you.
Oh yeah, look, it's a results game at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, the lads have got to be able to go out there and express themselves, play good cricket. I think we've played some very good cricket in patches. We're probably outplayed at Essex. We played some very good cricket at Hampshire. Probably just couldn't force it over the line there. But then played 2 very good days at Nottinghamshire. And the first session of the third day, we probably got away from us a little bit there, and that turned the game on its head. And that's the thing in this division. Little sessions, hours, sessions here and there can swing a game. It's small margins that can make a big difference. So we've got the opportunity now to come back out the start of this session and turn that around. I think having lost the toss day one and having the bat first on it, I think that we would have always taken this position to be in, especially coming into today. Like they need 340, 7 down, or with 7 in hand, would take that. So yeah, look, the lads are pretty keen to get that first win as well. It's been a disappointing couple of weeks, having let those key moments slip in games, and this is one of them. It gives the lads an opportunity to go back out and stand up and turn things around. What can you tell us at this stage about Jackie? But we've been willing him to get onto the park and get himself fit. Does that look serious or not today, this morning? I don't think it's serious. I'm not sure if he'll be back out there, but it's not serious as it stands. But I think that's as much as I know for now. So yeah, we'll potentially be without him now. Whether that changes over the next 40 minutes at lunch or not, I'm not sure. Yeah, well, let's hope it does. Hopefully something in the lunch somehow will put him right. It looks as if something with his leg, calf muscle or something. I'm not 100% sure. Okay. But not to the extent of things, but I don't think it's yeah, hopefully. Just a word about you, if we may. You've led Ireland, international captain around the world. You've played your county cricket, Warwickshire and Gloucestershire along the way. You've only recently retired. How are you finding it now, having made that decision and gone into the coaching? How are you finding it? I've actually really enjoyed the coaching side. Brings different challenges. I was actually still really enjoying playing. What I found the hardest was the preparation, the pre-habby, rehabby things, staying on the park. I was pretty fortunate throughout my career. I didn't have many injuries as such or anything that kept me out, but that side of things was getting harder. But I was still really enjoying playing, and the opportunity came up with the coaching side. I was only initially supposed to go to Gloucestershire for probably 4 weeks at the start of the T20 campaign, and then ended up basically just staying and retiring. It all happened very quickly. Before the New Zealand series, whenever we played them a couple of years ago in Ireland, and yeah, it's kind of been, I think, fortunate in some ways how it's panned out for myself. But I think I felt like I had to take that opportunity when it presented itself, and yeah, it's led me to where we are today. How steep a learning is it? Because there's a tendency for everybody, no matter what walk of life we're in, to, especially when we get over 30, think, oh, we know quite a lot about a lot and all that sort of stuff. But just the idea of the learning of coaching now for you, how have you found that? I think captaincy has helped that. I think it is a people's business. It's just understanding how different people work, how they learn. Like some people are quite visual, some people are quite feely players. How they understand it, so how you give feedback to them and how you work with them is quite key. Trust is a massive thing as well. Players understanding that anything you do for them is for their best interest, but you need to have that relationship and to be able to do that, and vice versa. Whether that's a difficult conversation or they know that everything is geared towards making them a better cricketer, and hopefully they trust you in that, and you give them trust and belief in their game that they can go out there and take things on. The way the things are, the landscape now of cricket, the opportunities seem to be massive, in such wide-ranging different parts of the world as well. I mean, exciting enough to be a player, but also I reckon to be a coach as well as things are at the moment. Yeah, but it's obviously a big transition. It's gone relatively smoothly in that sense so far, but I do think that you need to kind of build back up again. It was almost like going from being a senior player to then going in back down almost as a junior junior coach to some degree, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense.
So it's almost finding your feet there, and that, I still think that can happen relatively quickly. Like I said, you've got the experience of being captain, you've been in a few different changing rooms, you understand cricket, but then it's a case of not necessarily what type of coach you have, but how you get that across with players and how you keep moulding that within a changing room.
Looking back on some really exciting days and times with Ireland and lead them out at Lords in a test match and that sort of thing, what's your overarching reminiscence, if you like? I mean, God, you're not even 40 yet, are you?
No,
exactly. So I'm not making you out to be an old man, but your overarching feelings and thoughts looking back on that time.
Yeah, obviously, if you'd asked me probably 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I didn't think Test cricket would have happened within my playing time. So fortunate enough to have that and lead Ireland out in the first Test against Pakistan, to lead them out at Lords was a special occasion. The traditions of that and going down through the long room and walking out it was pretty special.
Are you emotional type, or did you try to stay all hard?
No, I'm probably a bit the opposite end of things when it comes to emotions, unfortunately. But no, it's things with my wife would probably have something to say about that. But no, it is something we acknowledged at the start of the game, especially being in the field first, is that, and actually taking a bit of time in the huddle when we got down there, not because we're talking about anything, but actually just appreciate the moment, because it gets the hair standing on your back of your neck. It's Ireland's first ever Test match at Lords. It was a big occasion. I think it really helped that day that Tim Murdo opened the bowl, his home ground and a lot of experience, so that kind of helped set the tone and calm nerves with everything, and him bowling that first over. And then obviously that first session was an unbelievable session for us anyway, so that kind of settled things down. But yeah, look, in terms of emotions, you did have to acknowledge that we're all humans and everyone would have taken it differently, but I think you'd be lying if the hairs weren't standing on the back of your neck when you get that reception going down, because of everything, Ireland Test status, and but the occasion of Lords as well. And that's probably why it's always tough games at Lords for England as well, because every opposition that come there, they want to play at Lords, and with the traditions of cricket and everything it holds.
Yeah. I don't want to get too deep into Irish cricket here, because I've asked you along as an assistant coach here at Lancashire, but just from a distance I'm looking at what's going on in Ireland and thinking this is a tough game here at the moment, because the landscape, everybody is unsure. It doesn't matter whether you're involved with England or Australia or South Africa. We don't really know what's happening with the game. It is all not breaking up, but there's so much going on. The idea of freelance players and that sort of thing. Every time that Ireland might be thinking they're making steps in the right direction, it's as if the bus sets off in a different way. Does that make sense to you? Trying to keep up with what's going on?
It does, and I think that every county are going to be feeling that in different ways. So, obviously, just before we set off in pre-season tour, we lost a couple extra players to the IPL, so that affected kind of Lancashire in terms of your preparation. It's an unbelievable opportunity for those players, and it also creates opportunities here for other players as well. And Ireland, there's no different to that. There's a few players there that could go around and play in a few franchise competitions and earn a lot more than what they do playing for Ireland. And again, that's the thing. It's just that you've got the pride of playing for your country, but there's a lot of competitions around the world that can, whether it's right or wrong, they can pay more than what a lot of countries can pay, and that does become a factor. And it's not just about the money, you're also playing great cricket, and some of those competitions, and especially if that suits your playing type as well.
I was going to say, for me, my first instant reaction is a bit of negativity really, and feeling a bit down about it all, but you can see it, obviously passionate about Ireland, about being successful on the international stage with Ireland, but you'll feel it as a player, that just what that opportunity has for individuals.
I think the biggest thing is you have to work with, it's not going to go away, so you have to work with it, and what's the best, because you can't, especially from an Irish point of view, you can't lose players to that, so you have to work with them and what best works. And obviously you've seen Josh Little's at the IPL now, but you also look at what experience he's going to bring back from that, what he's going to take from that, hopefully through to the World Cup. And there's 2 IPLs he's played in. He's played in an IPL final within that, so what he can then bring to the World Cup in June in the US and the West Indies is going to be massive for Ireland, and what he can bring. And when he's away again, it creates an opportunity for someone else to be playing international cricket. We had 3 games against Pakistan where he hadn't played, so again, as I said, creates opportunities and everything along the way with that. So that's a positive from our point of view. It's how it all gets managed throughout the next couple of years. It is a very interesting landscape.
And the financing of it as well, the financial side is tricky, isn't it? And I mean, there's stuff about contracts at the moment, which again I don't want to get into, but
it's also then about windows. So understanding, and like it takes a lot of planning. I'm not saying I'll be the one to sort that out, but you look at windows of opportunity. So where could a lot of our players get opportunities? There's a few competitions go on at the beginning of the year, January, February, that Irish players could get picked up in. So do we have to look at creating windows within that to allow them to have the opportunity to go and play, and say play A-team cricket within that window, as opposed to arranging any international fixtures? And I do think that's something that Cricket Ireland are actively looking at, and things like that, to do that. And that's what I talk about, working with the players and creating opportunities for them. But as I said, it benefits Ireland when they come together again as a squad and taking that into World Cups. And look, I don't have the answers. Is it bilateral cricket that's going to suffer a little bit because of that? Because you're going to have the franchise competitions, and you get together to play World Cups and kind of bigger series in inverted commas. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, Ireland, if I'll just confirm, I think there was a very close.
They won by a run.
Yeah, yesterday, and it's Scotland today in a Tri-Nations over in the Netherlands, taking part in it. You'll be keeping more than just a close eye on everything going on there. Is there part of you that thinks at some point you'd like to get deeply involved again?
Oh, look,
further on down the road.
Yeah, it's been a huge part of my life for.
Yeah.
Well, since I was a kid, since I was 11,
I remember you standing up in
old.
front of international journalists at various World Cups and whatever, and sort of beating the drum all the time about let us play, let us play.
Yeah, look, and I think that was the thing, and we've had a lot of opportunities from that, and also I think that getting test status has hurt us as well, and to some degree, by losing out on this or losing out on county cricket, and like that takes a bit of time, and like things maybe should have happened quicker in terms of facilities and things like that back home. And the understanding of that from some people in Ireland as to what we're actually losing here within county cricket. We have a domestic structure set up back home, but it takes a lot to replace this day in and day out playing county cricket. There's a lot of county cricket, that's a separate conversation, but the volume of cricket you get here, the standard of cricket, you're constantly training, and we haven't as of yet replicated that back home unless you're in that first team squad and constantly travelling and playing, because they do have a good fixture list. But it's how do we then make sure that we've got a squad of 30, those guys coming through, that the volume and standard of cricket is good enough for them as well. And we're just increasing that across the country, and the depth in our squad, and then to be able to go and play in different conditions as well. I've thrown a lot of things out there. That's not an easy thing just to fix, but it's just also the appreciation of what having lost county cricket does hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I understand, but you know that was for good reason. I mean, that test status was, and
yeah,
you and the lads would have had those opportunities, and hopefully more to come. Yeah.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, let's hope so. Thanks for coming along, mate. And
no problem.
Patience, I guess, is the word back in the dressing room at the moment. Stick at it.
Yeah, it's one of those pitches. It'll happen very quickly when it does. So.
All right. Well, we'll get another point of view maybe on that in a moment from Ryan Campbell, head coach at Durham. He's going to join us. Mate, thanks. Lovely to speak to Will Caulfield again, and he's part of the coaching setup with Lancashire. Lovely to catch up and find out what's going along with Dale there, and also Craig White involved. But the situation is, as they search for their first win of the season here at Lancashire, they do have some work to do. Durham 284 for 3, needing another 191 runs. We are, of course, just around about 50 minutes away from the resumption this afternoon. We'll bring you more live cricket, not only on Lancs TV and also on the BBC, on Sports Extra, and every ball of every game to be covered on the BBC Sport website, along with a live text service as well. So patience being the way. Hello, Ryan. Nice to see you. Ryan Campbell, head coach of Durham. Thanks for popping across. I thought we might have seen a couple of wickets fall there this morning. You must be highly delighted with that session there.
That's probably, not probably, without doubt, our best session of the match. Unfortunately, you know me, I say it how it is. We probably haven't been our best this game. Just little things that just haven't kept the pressure on, and Lancashire played very well, don't get me wrong. So they deserve their 475 run lead, and the beauty of our game though is that if you just keep hanging in there and you keep believing, you never know what could happen. Someone's got to play something very special. But imagine sitting here at 5 o'clock and we're still batting. I think it'd be pretty exciting times.
I thought I'd be sitting here at 5 o'clock with them pulling the marquee down around me, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
I was a little bit worried about
you were
that.
thinking you'd have a beer in your hand by 5 o'clock.
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Listen, you know, I've got to mention a certain Ben Stokes. I just couldn't get over just the fact that he just kept going and going and going. What's all that about?
Mate, I would love to have tackled him and stopped him, but you know, you speak to him after that session, and you sort of say, "Mate, come on, it's your first game. We got to look after you. We got to be careful." But for him, it's actually not a big deal because he feels that once he gets into a rhythm, he could literally bowl 20 overs in a row. It doesn't affect him physically. And he got into that groove yesterday, and he said, "Mate, I just like to bowl, and I just wanted to keep bowling, and I felt I was, you know, obviously a chance to take wickets." But yeah, for him in long term, and I think you've seen that in his career. You know, speaking to Nathan Lyon, just talking to him about certain Ashes tests when he bowled at, it could have been Edgbaston, where he bowled 14 overs in a row, just because once he gets into that groove, physically, like I say, it doesn't take a lot out of him, and that's the sort of bowler he is. He's a rhythm bowler, so once he gets into sync, he's fine. So.
But there'll be England supporters who will be really worried about seeing those numbers. You know, not the wickets are great, but those overs.
Yeah. Oh, of
10
course.
10 on the spin, wasn't it? Last
of
time?
course. But again, this is why we've taken so long to let him play, because he was adamant that he wanted to make sure that he had the physical backing before he played his first game, because once he played his first game, he's playing as a genuine all-rounder. That's why he said to me, "Mate, I want to bat number 6 because I'm going to bowl a lot, and I feel if I bat 5 or I bat 4, mate, I don't get any chance to sort of turn off. So I need to bat at 6. Cool, mate, no worries. But you do understand, we don't need you to bowl too much, just in case. We want to ease you in." You go, no, I'm here to bowl, mate. And it's like, I'm here to bat, I'm here to bowl, I'm here to contribute. And that's the beauty of Ben Stokes.
Rob Key, MD of England Men's Cricket, he said he just leaves it up to Ben, really. Is it pretty much what you're saying? So you don't feel any responsibility upon your shoulders?
Mate, you know me, I'm in charge of one of the English teams, but I'm an Aussie at heart. If I break him, I break him. Who cares? It's the Ashes is next year, isn't it? No,
I'd like to say that he's joking, everybody. He is joking.
I am joking, but, you know, like I say, physically, it is really important that he leaves no stone unturned in his preparation. And then when he gets going, like he'll be walking away from here going, "I had no ball issues. I got to fix that." Like that's something that when he gets out of rhythm, he's kind of starts bowling no balls. He got 2 wickets with no balls as well. It's like, you know, how do we fix that? Well, we can't fix it if he doesn't bowl.
Okay.
So these are and again, now I'm sounding old school, but he's a guy, and my sort of age group, and you know, Benke, the Lancashire coaches, we came from a time where bowling loads was rubbish. Now every young player is so used to bowling loads, they would only bowl 5 overs, and they think, "Oh well, I've got to go off." It's like, really?
Yeah.
Don't we have to win a game of cricket here? And again, I'm not saying.
But you don't want to sound old school, but actually Ben Stokes gives the impression that he is also old school. That's the thing, isn't it?
We tread a fine line with bowling loads about the science says, "Oh, you can only bowl this many overs in a week." But what happens if you do bowl more? Then you shouldn't bowl the next week, but then you have to keep bowling because, you know, your body will literally break if you don't bowl. So, yeah, loads to me is, you know what, every person is an individual. They need to find their groove and they need to bowl.
But let's be clear about this. He's okay. How is he?
He's 100%. He came in this morning. Every morning of the match, he's come out in the middle. He says, "The best way for me to feel better is to actually bowl a couple of balls." He said, my body, I can't believe how good I feel." Okay. So that's a good sign.
Expecting 3 more games from him after this Jumbo game?
Yeah.
Okay. But in terms of the game itself, I want to get Peter Siddle.
Yeah, got to get him in. He's one of the greats.
Well, yeah. So are you. But in terms of the match itself, just keep it ticking along like this. A lot of runs still, 100.
Mate, it's still nearly 200 runs. So the fact for us is, and Alex Lee summed it up very well for this morning in our team huddle, we can't win the game in the first session, but we can lose it. This game, if we are to win, is going to be in the final session, but we have to be in a position to then be able to win the game in the final session, and that means wickets in hand. So if these two can keep doing their thing, you do know we got a bloke that is called Ben Stokes that you never know what he could do, and a few others that, you know, we'll back our batting. And I think everyone knows pretty much now the way Durham go about it. We're not going to try and block it out for a draw. We're going to try and win, and if we do, it's going to be some good viewing.
Well, yeah, and listening. Don't forget listening. Yeah, terrific. Hey, thanks for popping along.
Good to see you, mate.
Yeah, Ryan Campbell, who's Durham head coach. I want to just say a very quick hello to Peter Siddle. You can't have Peter Siddle wandering around the ground and carrying drinks for everybody and not get him on the programme, for heaven's sake. Here he comes, one of my favourite cricketers. Well, you're one of my favourite cricketers because we do quite a lot on the Big Bash as well on the BBC, but I'm sitting in a darkened room over there in Manchester, but you're brightening up our winters around Christmas and New Year time. I love that competition, I really do. But back to you here. I mean, you weren't expecting to be here right now. You've stepped into some shoes. How is it? Are you enjoying your time bringing on the drinks and everything?
It's sort of like, I was going to have the holiday this year. That's why I hadn't signed with anyone. I was going to have a bit of time off, and I haven't got long left, so I thought it'd be a nice little time to have a little rest up and get ready for my last season back home in Oz. But yeah, obviously, sadly for my good mate Scotty Boland, pulled up lame after his first game, and yeah, the opportunity came about, and I said, you know, why not? I do love coming over here and playing in England.
Why?
I don't know. I love the conditions, the grounds, like even these out grounds, the smaller sort of quaint grounds that you play on, and even the support that you get. I think that's the thing I really enjoy, is the support and the fans that come along to championship cricket and watch red ball cricket. And I've always been a lover of the red ball game, so yeah, to see people still coming along and cheering that on, it's quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I should be talking about your great, achievements on the field, but off the field, you love engaging with supporters. I mean, again, I've seen it on the telly when you're there on for the Big Bash, but here I've seen you as well. You know, you'll trudge back or jog back, whatever you want to say, sprightly run back to the boundary rope, and great engagement with the supporters wherever you've been. You really enjoyed. That's part of the game you enjoy, isn't it?
It is, and I think there's the enjoyment side of it, and then there's probably this experiences where you've had where the supporters are giving it to you and they're heckling you on the crowd.
Not in county cricket.
Not in county cricket, but I've always found that even when that's happening, more so in the Test arena, that the more you interacted with them and friendlier you became, they got a liking to you and enjoyed it, and so it's always been a helping thing. But no, in county cricket it's great. I just enjoy it. I enjoy the conditions, the grounds, the camaraderie between teams, and I've loved my time here. I've played for a lot of different counties, and but yeah, I've been able to experience pretty much all of England, played on most grounds, and I've just always enjoyed my time over here.
I must ask you, because obviously a bit of a buzz around the place at the moment about Jimmy deciding to pack it in. What's your overall assessment of what Jimmy has brought to the game? Because some say, and rightly so, the greatest amongst England bowlers. What's your perspective on Jimmy, what he's brought with England in his career?
Unbelievable. I think, I just think of myself at the minute, obviously a lot of people go, gee, you're old and still playing. No, that's a great effort. And I like, Jimmy's about a year and a half older than me and still going at the Test level, and I think that's probably the big reflection of how good he is. It's not like, he's playing Test cricket and scraping through and, hanging in there, and, everyone's going, well, why wasn't he dropped? It's he's still been able to perform at the highest level at his age. So it shows, it takes a lot of skill to be able to do that at the back end of your career, and yeah, his back end has been better than his front end, which is the amazing thing. Just his skill, how he goes about it. He deserves to go down as, it's obviously going to be England's greatest, but in the world scheme of things, he's going to go down as one of the greatest to play the game. And we had lots of great battles against each other, but it is always, nice to look back and reflect on some of the players you've played against. And, yeah, he's going to be one of the greatest that I got the chance to play against. And
what was it about him, you know, as a bowler? What would you look on and admire about Jimmy?
I think he's, you know, competitiveness, the aggression that he had. And now he wasn't out and out fast aggression, but you can have aggression with, you know, just the way he go about things. And he was always in your face. You know, he didn't let up. His consistency. I think he's just, yeah, his consistency, control to go with the all-round skill that he had with the ball. You know, with his wrists, swing out, in, seam it around. Like, yeah, he's someone that I refer to a lot if you're talking to young county players around here or even back in Australia. Like, just the way that, you know, watch a bit of Jimmy on YouTube and, you know, and see a few little of his tricks, because, yeah, he's very impressive to watch.
But I wasn't aware that you just said, I know you've not announced it, it's not a big announcement, but you're going, when this winter, I went to your summer, it's going to be your last.
It will be my last, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll be 40, so I'll turn 40 in November.
Are you really comfortable with that decision?
Yeah, very comfortable, yeah. I think, you know, like, on days there's green wickets, I enjoy playing, but it's not like, oh, you know, yeah, I'm loving it. You get the flat ones now, and it's like, why am I still playing? But no, very happy. Yeah, it was nice. I spent 3 years down in Tasmania, and then Victoria got me back last season. Came back as a player and an assistant coach, and helped out with the twos and stuff like that, and pretty much just played games when Scotty Boland was rested from the Australian setup. And I'm very happy with where it's at, and yeah, I think I've never been a big goal setter, but yeah, once I knew I was going to be around 40, to get that opportunity to play a professional game potentially as a 40-year-old, yeah, it'll be a nice one to tick off before I'm done.
It seems you've set me up with quite a nice final question. When you say you're not a goal setter, have you achieved everything and beyond that you have with that wonderful international career?
Well? Definitely. I think, yeah, as a young kid, you know, it's always a goal to represent, you know, playing for your country. And it probably wasn't until I finished. It's probably been the last couple of years where you speak to some, more so in England, because I spend a lot of time over here and guys ask about your career or talk about your tests. And to look back and see that I've played, 67 test matches for your country. There's always the guys that play 100 and beyond. But then it drops away quite quickly from 100 downwards. It drops away quite quickly. So, yeah, to know that I've represented Australia that many times at Test cricket,
I haven't got my stats up here, but you're over 200 wickets there, aren't you?
Yeah, 227.
Yeah, I mean, that's just amazing, mate.
Yeah, so... But, yeah, I've played enough first-class games now. Too many first-class games for a fast bowler, so not many left. But, yeah, glad that I got another opportunity to come back over here and play a few.
Yeah, well, we've loved you having you here. I mean, it's just been wonderful. You've been out there for a few counties, as you say, and with obviously the international stage is a different thing again. But thanks for popping across and saying hello as well.
No worries, all good.
And remember, you're cheering us up at our Christmas time and New Year as well, with a big bash.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe we'll see you back doing a bit of coaching or whatever.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'd say, like I said, it's not just not the playing side of things. I love the country. I love the countryside. I love spending time over here. So who knows? Yeah, the coaching's something that I want to get into, and there's every chance I could end up, maybe over here. Cambo, obviously Australian, has applied his trade over in Europe and now here. So there's definitely the opportunity to potentially do that one day. So who knows?
And we're starting to love him as well. He's a good bloke.
He is. He's a very good man.
Thanks, Peter.
No worries. Cheers.
Peter Siddle, former Australian international, and disappointed here he's decided to pack it in back in the Australian summer. Anyway, we're about to see resumption of play here, and I must move aside. 284 for 3, a target of 475. Scott Reed is coming in. He's doing a fantastic floor manager's job there. Was Scott for me, making sure everything was just right, but he's going to do his other job here. Thank you for all your help. That was a lovely lunchtime. I enjoyed that. Chatting away, but here we're back to the cricket, Scott.
We are, and Luke Wells is in to bowl. And that's down the leg side by Bedingham. And there's no run. Cheers, Kevin. Enjoyable lunch break, which hopefully across Lancs TV and Sports Extra and BBC Sport Online and all the rest of it, you've enjoyed that. Learning from a couple of coaches and one of the Test match greats from recent years for Australia. As forward goes Bedingham, who's 89 not out. And defence. So I think both were saying to Kevin, patience is required for Lancashire this afternoon. Things could happen quickly, and they could, and Lancashire will be hoping that it does. Bedingham eyeing up his second century of the match, following on from what Keaton Jennings did earlier on. Wells in, bowls chopped away down towards third man. Brucey chasing after it, and they'll hustle back for 2. It's a big old boundary, doesn't quite reach the rope. they've run 3 in the end. So that takes Bedingham into the 90s. 92. Not out. Already seen 1 Centurion before lunch, which was Ollie Robinson. Managed to get those 4 runs. It was a 96 for a little while before lunch, and then got the 4 runs. I was looking sweep shot to bring up his 3 figures. Can Bedingham go match him? Well, it's Robinson back on strike. Wells is bowling his leg spin from this north end of the ground, in and balls, and just slides past the outside edge. A little bit of turn there for Wells. It's never a good sound, that. I'll be honest with you.
That?
Well, it could be, if it's the generator, then we're in about a bother. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's one of the
that's a piece of machinery moving, isn't it? Yeah. Or a giant Hoover.
Flashbacks to last year when the generator called it quits. Here's Wells in. That's driven through the offside. And through for 1. Robinson moves on to 104. Yeah, Wells was out through the back end of the lunch interval. He bowled quite a lot to Dale Benkinside, the Lancashire head coach, who had the mitt on. So he was bowling quite a bit, Wells, which gives you an indication as to Lancashire's thinking this afternoon. Wells in. Played late, steered away behind square on the offside. And there's no run. 4 runs from the over. 288 for 3. Just to bring a little bit of an update on the Saqib Mahmood issue. It's not, and we didn't, I think we said at the time, it doesn't look like it was anything to do with his back. It's nothing to do with his back, and they're just assessing that at the minute. So they're a bowler light, or Lancashire. So Wells might have to play his part here, bowling his leg spin. That's the first over done of the post-lunch session. 288 for 3. 187 more required. Partnership of 191.
The Yorkshire Grumbler says it's a shame this unknown youngster called Benjamin Stokes isn't getting a chance to prove himself out in the middle and rack up some fantasy points for me. Michael Hall says he still has his part to play, I am sure. Paul Lund says, greetings from the Roker Riviera. This is developing into some run chase. How are you, Durham? Here's Lyon, right arm round to Robinson. Robinson plays the ball back to the bowler. It was his 8th first-class century, Robinson's earlier. His 4th for Durham. Got 3 last year. Got his sunglasses on as he bowls. Robinson back into the crease, plays the ball off towards the covers. Keaton Jennings is in there, no run. Line in again. Robinson down the track, plays it straight back to the bowler. Dr. Kevin Tennant said, if I was playing the early 2000s computer game Michael Vaughan's Cricket Manager, I'd be fairly certain of scoring these runs, he says. Other computer games were probably available back then. Comes in again. This is defended by Robinson. Back into the crease, just plays the ball down onto the leg side. Got a leg slip in. They have a short leg. Wells is at first slip. Bowler in. Turned round the corner by Robinson. 4-1 run. Tom Bruce is at leg slip under the helmet. As I say that, he's just chucked the helmet off and gone away again. Bowler over the wicket this time to Bedingham. Bedingham plays the ball across the square on the leg side, no run. Picked up by Bohannon at mid-wicket. So Beddingham's on 92, Robinson on 105.
Yeah, I guess these two start again, don't they? They got to lunch beautifully. It was a serene morning, and they scored nicely. They built a really strong partnership, and yeah, I guess they have to restart. Don't forget, for viewers on Lancashire TV, there is that signed Nathan Lyons shirt, which is still available. I think it's the same one. Maybe there's a few. But either way, you can have a chance to win a signed Nathan Lyons shirt. Details there on the screen for the viewers with us on Lancashire TV. We're on 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and the app as well. Ball's in off the back foot. That's cut away. He hurry through for a single. Robinson moves on to 106 not out. Balderson just backward at point there with a right arm pick up and throw. 290 for 3. Partnership edging towards 200. Wells to Bellingham off the back foot. Pushed away into the offside. And again, there's no run.
Go Well on Twitter says, another impressive display from Robinson. Do you think he has a chance of being selected in the test squad? If not, who'll get the gloves this summer? Well, his coach Ryan Campbell has been suggesting him as a possible candidate for England duties for quite a while now. So he thinks he's good enough and up to the task. He's a good wicket keeper, he's very good glove work, but he's also an excellent batsman.
Well, this is a fabulous knot.
Yeah.
He's on strike for Wells. Single through the offside. Leans into it, strokes it firmly along the ground. Through point.
It just shows you how important it was getting through that nervy, final few. Was the final over last night, particularly?
Final over. Yep. It was. Mahmood was bowling the ball beautifully. He left a few. One that just, a couple that just shaped away. One that came back in towards his off stump. He played and missed at one of the deliveries, but it was a really kind of intense period. He was ratcheting it up, was Mahmood, bowling quickly. He sensed another one just before the close of play last night, and he got through it. He left well. Showed a great skill to make sure he was here tomorrow when he's kicked on here. 107 not out. It's Bellingham on strike though. It's off the back foot. Cuts. Gathered at backward point. And there's no run. Got one slip in place. Keaton Jennings under the helmet. There's actually a kind of short third, and then the backward point and the short cover. Dropped Williams towards the long off boundary. Bohannon's Lavell's at mid on. Wrapping onto the pads, and Wells
too
is
high. That
asking, but yeah, it just didn't. That didn't look right. That did it. First shout of the afternoon, though.
Didn't look right at all.
They need a few more of them. They need just a sense of building up a little bit of pressure if they can. Wells bounces in over the wicket, bowls. It's driven away through the covers, and Aspinwall's across the ground and puts the dive in and flicks the ball back, and then that's unlucky for Aspinwall, having got to it. Pushed the ball away, and then it just spun back as it landed back on the grass from that flick back. It kind of spun back and went over the rope. Touch unfortunate that for Tom Aspinwall, but 4 runs to end the over for Durham, so they keep pushing on. And, partnership keeps building and it's nudging its way towards 200. It's 296 for 3 now. Bellingham moves on to 97. Robinson's on 107.
199 this partnership. But if they want the best 4th wicket stand for Durham against Lancashire, they've got their work cut out, because that's 331, a certain Ben Stokes and Dale Benkenstein in Chesty Street in 2011. Robinson is on strike. Lyons going to bowl right arm over. Short leg in place as he comes in. Robinson forward to that one, plays it out into the covers. Jennings jogs up from mid-off to collect it. Is that the 200 partnership? It is.
There's barely an acknowledgement between the two batters, but I suppose there are bigger things at stake, but it's a brilliant partnership between these two, but they kind of barely even look at each other.
Lyon in again. Forward comes Beddingham. Pushes it away on the offside. 269 balls.
A lot of boundaries, weren't there? A lot of boundaries in that morning session. I think I heard someone say there's 17 boundaries in the morning session.
Well, they put on 150 this morning. I mean, they showed their intent the first over. I think went for 9.
Yeah, that's true.
Lyon in. Beddingham plays the ball back along the ground to him. Beddingham is on 97. 3 more runs, it would be his 11th century for Durham. Plays this out towards Bohannon in the mid-wicket area. He'd also be the 7th Durham player to get centuries in both innings of a game. So Lees did it last year at Leicester, Sean Dixon the year before at Worcester, Scott Borthwick did it against Lancashire in 2016. That one has run away towards point, no run. It would be his fourth century this year. That's Daisy cut it away underneath the keeper, and that's going to go for 4 byes, I think. It's come down towards our position.
Yep.
Byes are signalled.
Did shoot through that, didn't it? Yeah.
There's a few people think that's come off the bat and are applauding a century. That hasn't happened. It's definitely byes.
Yep, called byes by the umpire, saw the signal. Just wait a little longer to see if he can get to his 2nd ton of the match. Brings up the 300, maybe there was a bit of a ripple of applause for that, perhaps.
Yeah. Hadn't spotted that.
301 for 3. It's 174 runs required for Durham. Lancashire still needs 7 more wickets. Wells in bowls off the back foot. It's pulled towards the leg side for a single. Robinson takes his total to 109, 302 for 3. Beddingham 3 away for a 2nd ton. Looks over his left shoulder towards that leg side boundary. Is a deep backward square leg. Got a wide long arm. Wells in bowls, whipped away to the onside. Now he's hurried through the first. He'll be able to come back for 2 here. Oh no, they've changed their mind and it's gone to the wrong end. Oh, that's an opening here. The throw went towards the bowler's end. There was a little bit of hesitation. It felt like there probably was 2, but there's that nervous bit of energy. And they thought about 2, and then they changed their mind, and that left Robinson stranded. If the ball goes to the keeper's end, Robinson's out by a mile. Wells then does throw the ball back to Hurst, the keeper. He throws it towards the stumps, and Robinson puts in the dive. Oh, blimey, so chaos. In the end, nothing's happened.
In the end, yes, it's a 1 run.
Yeah. Wells in bowls. That's a little bit short and carved out through the offside by Aspinwall Fields. Robinson moves on to 110. 303 for 3. So 304 for 3 actually, so 171 behind. 98 to Beddingham. Wells in. Balls. Oh, that snaked through and almost bowled him. In towards the keeper's gloves. He's not too far away from a little inside edge on that. He's not too far away from that getting through and rattling it onto his stumps. A little bit. Just 1 or 2 signs with that run that wasn't there and the yes, no, and then that play and a miss. To compose himself again. 98 not out. Wells bowls to take a single. He's on to 99. 305 for 3. Brings Robinson back on strike. Just a few nerves perhaps creeping in. That miscommunication with the run for the second. Oh, he got his heart jittering a little bit, seeing that one slide through. Pushed out through the offside for 1. Robinson to 111 now.
There's that hornety thing hovering out there, staring at us again.
Staring at you, is that in particular?
There's these foreign hornets everybody's getting.
Oh, where'd you come
in
from?
a flap about down south, isn't there?
Oh, I missed that.
I think it's a hardy perennial as summer approaches every year. These
it's got a Blackpool shirt on. It's a local hornet, isn't it?
It's a big thing, isn't it? I wonder what it's looking at there.
It's looking at you, I told you.
Yeah, it is now. It's a mini drone.
It's probably Colin who's in charge of Lancs TV. He's got a mini drone.
Robinson to face the first ball of the new over from Lyon. He's on 111. He's down the track and he plays it up to a long on to the nicely constructed steps for 1 run. Oh, the pizza van's open.
Open for lunch.
And now you can see it's best pizza.
Yes, you can. Now the back door is open, the full name is revealed.
Next ball played away by Beddingham up to short mid-wicket, no run. Picked up by Bohannon. He's on the scoreboards and they got Beddingham on 104. They haven't added the buys on, have they? That's not right, is it? He's on 99.
Yep, he's on 99. Going to the scoreboard on the ground is on 99, which is, I reckon, the one that Beddingham's looking at.
Yeah.
But there is a bit of a delay because umpires have a little look to each other. Okay.
In comes Lyon, played to short leg, no run. He's now on 100 according to the scoreboard, to the screen. He's on 99. Lyon in, Beddingham forward to that one, plays it back to the bowler. I think there's 2 balls left of this over. And I'm going to have to go and do an update for Radio Newcastle. Lyon bowls to Beddingham. He turns this to fine leg, no run. Fine leg's close in, Williams. So he needs 1 run for his 23rd century and his 13th for Durham, and to become the 7th Durham player to get centuries in both innings of a first-class match. Lyon in again. That's defended and it goes short to short leg, no run. End of the over.
Yep, being made to wait. It's a lovely over, that, wasn't it, from Nathan Lyon? There's absolutely nothing there for him just to try and nick a single. Try and get 1 and get into 3 figures. Only quite slowly in that over, Nathan Lyon, but you know, one of his many attributes is strength to get drift, and just rely on what can happen off the surface. We're just looking to try and get drift in that dip, but there was nothing there, and Beddingham wasn't worried. And have a double change in the commentary box. Phoebe's coming in and Kevin Howells is coming in. At some point one of them will come, because, you know, I do the rota and nobody pays attention, not even me, to be fair. A little bit of a delay before Wells starts his latest over. And Wells just pushing Aspinwall towards deep backward point. Here comes Wells. To run away through the offside for a single. So that gets Bellingham back on strike. Wait till Phoebe comes in, then Kevin could come and replace me. Try and do all this before my 2 o'clock update. It's all very exciting. But the main thing is what's happening out there. And Bellingham being on 99 and being made to wait. And to talk him through to his 100 potentially. Here's Phoebe Graham. Oh. There you go, Phoebe. All yours.
Perfect. Wells into Beddingham, goes through to the keeper. Well left there by Beddington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kevin.
Are you happy with the seat? It seems as if you were quite keen on sitting in this seat that I'm in. Getting very fussy in your old age, Phoebe.
I know.
I didn't think
from the left.
I didn't think you'd turn out to be like that. I had you down differently to that.
Wells in, defended off the back foot there by Beddington.
But anyway, well done yesterday. Begrudgingly, because of course I sort of lived the other side as you used to back in the day.
Yeah, it was a good derby win.
Yeah, well.
Local derby, Northern Diamonds versus the Thunder. First T20 game in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Wells in on the front foot. Beddingham defends comfortably for no run.
But
Beddingham on the nervous 90s. Yes. 99 off 152.
Yeah, let's concentrate on this and then I'll pick your brains about a couple of other things. But yeah, Beddingham close to the century.
Wells in and defended again. You can feel the nervous 90s. That's one that he'd have punched down the ground in the 80s.
Well, you can, but he strikes me also as being a very cool character. So, but I agree with you. But it would be for anybody, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. Wells in, driven through cover. Big roar from the pavilion from the Durham teammates. A fantastic knock there from Beddingham, who guides the ball through cover for 4 and raises his bat, takes his helmet off, punches them and signals to the Durham team. 103 from 154 balls.
It's not too often you get a batter scoring a century in each innings, and then in the opposition somebody does the same again. So we've had Keaton Jennings and David Beddingham here doing that. Quite remarkable, really, but just terrific knocks. Just because in both cases, for Beddingham especially, it just seemed to be an awful lot of pressure upon him. And you're right, you know, in the 90s he's going to be looking a little bit more apprehensive, maybe. But it's actually the composure. He makes you feel like everything's going to be all right. It'll be okay. And that century for me, just like the first one, is very composed, full of composure. You know, great skills, but a lot of sharp mental approach here. Robinson's facing now as Lyon comes into bowl as it gets down on one knee and will sweep that one just behind square on the leg side. So he will move on to 113. So yes, just a wonderful partnership from this pair. Talking at lunchtime, there's always, as a neutral especially, you always hope it's going to be a good, close, tight, exciting finish somewhere towards the end. But I thought there would be 1 or 2 wickets possibly fall in that morning session. I know that would have increased the chances of perhaps there not being a close finish, but I just thought there has to be 1 at least. But no, not yet. Oh, it does get a little edge on that. Yes, he does, and that's it. Beddingham has gone, and Lyon takes the wicket. The catch by the keeper. And he's on his way. Oh, he races his head to the skies there, does Beddingham, as if he's not convinced. But it is another wicket down. It's 4 down at 312 for 4. Our target 475, and Lyon, in his 27th over, gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough, and Beddingham is so cross and annoyed. He really is. He really strikes me as a batter who's convinced that the umpire's got that wrong.
Well, it's the breakthrough wicket that Lancashire have been after. It's taken them to the second session to get that breakthrough, just a slight tickle of the bat. Beddingham didn't look convinced, but it's the wicket that Lancashire needed, and a fantastic knock there from Beddingham. And what all the fans here at Blackpool have been waiting for, as Ben Stokes strides out to the crease.
And who's bowling?
Nathan
It has to
Lyon.
be. It's set up again, isn't it? Set up again. So we were talking earlier, and you know, again, you know, 1 wicket to lead to 2. Well, this game has had that feel about it of 1 leading to 2 and 3, and this clearly now is a lot of pressure upon Stokes, who we know, of course, this is part of the comeback for the Test series coming up, of which he is England Test captain, but we know that he cares passionately about winning, I think, probably full stop, but with a Durham shirt on. You know, he's Cumbrian lad, but he's brought through the Durham ranks. And here he has a chance of continuing that really good work.
Well, with 163 required, it's almost set up 2 perfectly for Stokes here. Beddingham and Robinson have done a fantastic job this morning.
But crowded around already. Immediately they're in amongst it, in the face of Stokes, as Lyon comes into bowl to Nathan Lyon to Ben Stokes, goes back and punches that into the offside. And that's Bohannon throwing himself at it. This is great stuff. And it's here, let's remind ourselves, pinch ourselves almost. Stanley Park in Blackpool. It's Lyon versus Stokes. And it's Lancashire versus Durham. And it's Lyon of Lancashire to Stokes of Durham. Again, a little punch. Where's that gone? Oh, a little up in the air on the onside. It's safe enough. It's one for the keeper, Hurst, to go after. Lyon here. No, loving this, loving every little bit of this as well. I'm sure Stokes is, but it's the bowler Lyon in now to Stokes. Oohs and ahs. We can't see a great deal from our commentary position live, as we've sort of got Wells at slip and the keeper standing between us, but you can see that if you're following on the live stream. 313 for 4. Wicket with his second ball of this over, Lyon. Big breakthrough. Beddingham was the man who was out. Stokes forward and defended into the offside. And applause and some relief, to say the least, I think, from a Lancashire point of view. They wondered, when was that wicket coming? Well, eventually it came in that over from Nathan Lyon. 313 for 4, the target 475. Still an awful lot of runs to go. We, of course, are in the afternoon session on the final day of this match here, with victories already today for Essex over Warwickshire by 4 wickets. Hampshire's victory over Nottinghamshire by 5 wickets, to add to the Surrey win over Worcestershire yesterday. 2 ongoing games, this one here and the one at Taunton, where Kent are 538 for 8. They lead by 162 runs over Somerset. Phoebe.
Well, a big ripple from the fans that have come here today at Blackpool for that over from Lyon. Finally the breakthrough in the second session of the day. After getting 3 in the evening session yesterday, it's not how Lancs would have liked to seen the day go so far, but credit to both Beddingham and Robinson, who's created this platform for Durham. Wells in and off the back foot. Robinson takes the single out to Bohannon at cover. Just changing the field for Stokes. Got a slip in. Still keeping the sweepers out, ensuring they don't leak boundaries, as 163 required. Straights are up for Stokes. Wells comes in. Stokes off the back foot defends. You can hear a pin drop here today in Blackpool.
Well, you could if you wanted for the generator, but I know what you mean. But that generator, it's been a calming influence over us all for the last few days, to be honest. I'll miss it. I might have to make a recording of it and take it home. Help me get to sleep.
A white noise here at Blackpool. As Wells in. Stokes guides that to mid-wicket. It's a no ball. Wells coming wider of the crease. He comes round the wicket to a left-hander. Wells, Stokes forward, drives that straight back to Wells. Shapes up to guide it through the leg side, but just doesn't quite get hold of that. Wells in, Stokes watches the ball onto his bat as it just keeps very low. Been a little bit of an uneven bounce from the spinners in this second session. Few that have just kept really, really low. We've started here in the second session with spin from both ends. Wells from the Zoo end, from the Blackpool Zoo end. Lyon from the other. It's been a definite sense of pressure back on here from Lancashire. 159 runs required by Durham. Wells in reverse sweep, misses that, does Stokes. Six wickets required for Lancashire, 159 for Durham. That breakthrough wicket really does set up for a good day's play now. Wells in, defended comfortably by Stokes. And a good over there by Wells keeps the pressure on Durham. Just 2 runs from the over. Durham 316 for 4, but more importantly, 159 runs required. Ollie Robinson, 115, not out. Ben Stokes, new at the crease, 0 off 9 deliveries. And it's the first time Lancashire have really felt back in the game here at Blackpool.
100%. You know, you're talking about the nervous 90s. You know, Matt Critchley of Essex, 99 not out when they won the game. I've got some quotes. I've got time to read those before we see Lyon come in a bowl. Maybe I'll leave it to the end of the over, but he said all the right things. It's all about the team. Yeah, right. Lyon in bowls to Robinson forward, push that back up to Lyon. There'll be no run. I bet there's a bit of chat going on there between Stokes and Lyon at that end as well. Nothing untoward, just a little bit of helpful advice from one to the other, no doubt. But it is from that end that it's the south end that Lyon comes in and bowls. Now used to the feet from Robinson. He's batted just brilliantly. I mean, he's still there. He's on 116 now, that single to long on. But it does bring us the show, which is Lyon versus Stokes.
Here at Blackpool Cricket Club. It's where we bring all the stars at Lancashire.
Yeah, if it's not the Winter Gardens or the Tower Ballroom, it's the Blackpool Cricket Club.
Ashes cricket to be played here next, I think.
Lyon into Stokes again, forward defensive. I mean, there's at some point Stokes is going to want to just expand a little bit and just. It's not particularly pass ball at the moment, is it? It's very defensive at the moment.
It's quite how Stokes goes about his cricket, isn't he? He's a slow starter.
Yeah, that's true.
He goes from first to fifth very quickly.
Yes. Given the chance, Lyon will try and stop that from happening. Bowls now. Owen just pushed in between the slip and just a little bit deeper at gully here. Does the fielding. Will Williams, called Billy by his mates. It's not particularly clever, but I like the name Billy, so I'm quite happy with it. For Will Williams.
As long as it's Billy and not silly. And you're happy, aren't you?
Hey, we got Gary. Got Gary coming in now. Lyon to Stokes, looking to reverse, and ball, and Williams out there doing the fielding. But that showed some sense of purpose and attacking there. doesn't want to get tied down here, Stokes. So the battle is on. How many balls have we got left on this? Just one ball left of this over. It could go on forever as far as I'm concerned. Lion in and pushed. No, he goes to push it, and actually it beats him through to the keeper. Anyway, so Matt, it's the end of the over, and 1 run coming from it. 317 for 4, the target 475. Robinson 116. Stokes has faced 14 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. But Matt Critchley, 99 not out. I say, when I was 99 not out, the chat between me and Harmy, of course, no, he isn't his captain in 4-day cricket. But Simon Harmer was just, let's get this game done. I tried to hit the next ball for 4, it didn't happen. Then he faced the start of the next over. He said, I think when he hit the winning runs, he was actually to try and get me on strike, but it went for 4. And then they all had a laugh and it was all over. Yeah, you'll be crying tonight, Matt. But we won, that was the important thing. Yeah, that's what you have to say. But poor old Matt Critchley, 99 not out in a game that they won, which is great.
Wells into Robinson, defends off the inside edge. Wells has put both his straights back here, cover out, cow out, a long leg, happy for Robinson to rotate so he can be bowling at Stokes as well. Slip still in place. Wells in, back foot and slapped out to cover on the boundary. There's all the field runs in for Stokes.
Are you aware of my dilemma following the lunchtime interviews?
No,
Well, I'm trying to work out whether we had an exclusive.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
And have you found out whether it is an exclusive?
No, I didn't. I'm going to have to wake up some Australian friends in the middle of the night.
Wells into Stokes on the back foot, punches to mid-wicket. Comfortably.
Did Peter Siddle announce his retirement? Live on Sports Extra, live from Stanley Park in Blackpool.
There's just almost too much going on at Blackpool Cricket Club today.
Oh, it's too much for me.
The fans can't keep up. Wells into Stokes. Defended into mid-wicket again. Glancing shot. Not quite putting his hands through that. This is a very Ben Stokes start. 0 off 16 deliveries. Wells in off the back foot, punches to cover. All shots with intent. Hasn't quite played an expansive shot yet, as Stokes. Feel like it could be coming. None from 17. Wells in and couldn't be more technical there, Stokes. Strong on the front foot. Big old stride. Another good over bowled there from Wells, just 1 from it. 318 for 4. Durham require 157 runs.
See, this is what I also like about county cricket. There's nobody shouting from the seats here. Get on with it, Stokes. But there could be a little bit later on, but not at the moment. Yeah, because actually I think most people are just happy for this next 10 or 15 minutes just to see Ben Stokes out there in a bit of a battle, especially with Nathan Lyon. And at some point, even the Lancashire supporters, I'm sure, will be thinking to themselves, there's just one Stokes bludgeon it somewhere, and then he can get out.
Well, you know that something's going to happen, don't you?
Yeah.
Ben Stokes isn't going to be none off 50 deliveries.
No.
It's going to go one way or the other, so I think that's why we all feel the excitement at the moment, don't we?
Meanwhile, the fellow at the other end, he's only gone and scored 117 not out. Give him some credit. Ollie Robinson here facing, and it's Lyon in, and he sweeps that one, races along the ground. There's a man out to our left-hand side. He'll do the fielding out there, Williams. So it brings Stokes back on. Robinson's probably thinking to himself, nobody wants to see me batting here, well, I'll just pick up a single then. 318 for... No, 319 for 4, that is. And it's Lyon again. Comes past the umpire, and he's bowling to Ben Stokes. I could put this on repeat and record at the moment, couldn't I? Push it in the offside. No run. It was really interesting to hear Ryan Campbell, though, the Durham coach, talk about it. You know, the fact that he just keeps going and going and going, and nothing the coaches could do about it. Apart from, as Ryan says, possibly run on and tackle him. Lyon to Stokes. Well, forward to that. Well, it looks as if they were quite interested in that. A little bit of bat and pad together there, possibly. No, it's more bat than that. Come on, that's good.
That's what everyone loves about him, though. He's a true fighter, isn't he, and a proper athlete.
Yeah, yeah.
He's not going to shy away from any situation, whether it's England or Durham versus Lancs here at Blackpool.
And it's Lyon versus Stokes. Now goes back and punches that. Still can't get it away for a run. How many is that now? 21 balls for nothing on the board. You are right, though, that you know, there's a good number in. Not as busy as it's been Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but a good number in the Blackpool today. And everybody quietly watching on as Lyon bowls, looking to reverse again. This is in the air. Is it going to be safe? Yes, there's nobody out there. And that's going to be a reverse for, confirmed as 4 runs. Yeah, it's 4 runs. Oh, eventually he's off the mark. And with that 4, the Durham score is 323 for 4.
Well, it's taken something unconventional to get Ben Stokes off the mark. The reverse sweep for 4.
Lyon again around the wicket, reverses again. This time it's more along the ground. Aspinwall can't cut it off, therefore it will allow them to go through for a single, and just the 1. Does that completely over? It does. So there were 6 runs coming from it in the end, and it is 324 for 4. The target 475. Robinson's on 118. Stokes on 4. Don't you stay there for now. Marty's going to come in. Is it a double change? No, it's not a double change. You've got to keep on working. I am sorry.
That's okay.
But you're in the best place. You're in the best place to enjoy the cricket.
So Scott Reed has written us out a very technical rota called Afternoon, titled with an underline, Afternoon. So from 2:20 to 2:40, beyond the mic here. We've got Wells continuing at the zoo end, the spin attack working well for Lancashire at the moment. Wells in, swipes from Stokes up in the air and drop, just short of Aspinall. Out in the deep.
I don't think he saw it initially. He set off in the wrong direction, then realised the ball was actually coming behind him and turned back to go the other way.
Bit of disappointment out there for the Lancs. Lads, it could have been an opportunity. Wells in. Stokes plays a similar shot, up and over, out the ground. Slog sweep there from Ben Stokes, very dismissive. 6 runs. And he very quickly moves on to 15, does Stokes, from 25.
I just said to George, the photographer, play it easy up to tee and then swing the bat, and as I'm saying it, there was a 4 and now a 6. So.
Wells in. Stokes slaps that, 1 bounce into Aspinwall in the deep for 1 run.
Did that ball go through Aspinwall? Did it, the first one?
Yeah, I think he misjudged it.
I thought he'd stopped it, and I was looking on the scoreboard and it said 4, and I was thinking,
dive forward and then trickled over the rope. Yeah.
Right. 140 needed.
Wells comes back over to Robinson. Robinson off the back foot and drives straight to Bohannon in cover. Total for Durham just keeps creeping down and down. A few more wickets here makes it a very, very interesting game of cricket. Wells in. Robinson on the back foot, punches that out.
Oh, he's missed it again.
Cover.
He's gone for another 4.
And he's just slipped out there. As Aspinall.
Yeah.
And the ball's just trickled over the line for 4. Almost took the eye off it commentating because it was a simple single. but feet have gone from under him over there, and it's trickled over the rope for 4. Big over here for Durham. Wells in, drags it short and wide, and it goes for buys, but very close to probably being called a wide there. He sort of dragged that short and wide, did Wells. They took a single as well, so Robinson retains the strike. Big over there for Durham. 16 off it. Aspinwall struggled out in the deep that over and just fell over his feet for 1. Potentially misjudged a catch off Ben Stokes.
Yeah, well, he did, didn't he? But there's some really dark green trees on the far side of the ground. I'm just wondering if he lost the ball in those, but second one, he just fell over the ball, didn't he?
It's just taken quite a chunk off the total. Durham now requiring 136.
I don't think anyone will point the finger at Tom Aspinwall and say you've let us down, because he took a fifer in the first innings and got the breakthrough, removing 2 of the first 3 batsmen last night as well. So Durham need 135 more to win at 340 for 4. Lyon to Robinson, who sweeps. Aspinwall's out there, he dives, he can't get to that one. He was going along the floor at a rate of knots.
Just feels like they've turned
131.
Turn the notch up a bit here, Durham.
They've clouded over a little bit in the last few minutes, and that's the first grey clouds we have seen this week in this game.
Robinson.
Durham are not hanging around here at the moment. Lyon comes in again, right arm over. Robinson defends. The reminder, this target of 475, if Durham could pull it off, would be their biggest run chase. The best so far for them was at Taunton on a bit of a road. 453 for 9 in 2004, included a century from Gareth Breeze. Lyon bowls. Robinson down the track, plays it up to long on for 1. Email wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk.
Still bringing in the capture of Bell.
Well, Mervin's sent an email entitled Reverse Sweep. He said, "Good afternoon, Martin." He said, I couldn't bat if I was crowned. I was absolutely useless. Or useless doesn't begin to describe it, but I don't think this situation is calling for the reverse sweep. Just my humble opinion. Stokes on strike. Plays this one safely off towards point. At this juncture, may I say a big thanks to you all for your great coverage. Thank you, Mervyn. He then adds, further to my recent note, I'll be very glad to eat humble pie if they do pull it off. Safe trip home. Next ball, beats the outside edge of the bat.
It's a beautiful delivery that by Lyon. Grips, spins, just misses the top of off and misses Ben Stokes' outside edge as well.
Sir Fred Boycott's been on Twitter as Stokes gets a inside edge. That's gone down towards fine leg. There is a man coming around to cut it off in a bar. It's Lavelle. They run 2.
Another good over there by Lyon. 30 overs bowled this innings.
So Fred Boycott, I hope you're enjoying this slog fest. The Lancashire fielders look like United's goalkeeper. Which United? There's many Uniteds. Chris says the dismissal of Bellingham. He claims total guesswork by the umpire. Stephen says curse of the commentator. I wasn't on air when he was out. And David says Bellingham, one of the top 5 batsmen in world cricket at the moment.
He's certainly in some form, isn't he? Stats that you've thrown around earlier. And tunning up twice in this game.
Tunning up. That's a good. That's the difficult second album, turning up. just when the band starts to cite musical differences and doesn't want to go on the tour to Skegness.
Wells in short and pulled away through mid-wicket. Going to come back for 2.
Bruce Fielding with his back to the pavilion. The terracing's busy today still. Doesn't look like there are many spare seats up there, if any, actually. A lot of picnic tables up on that balcony area. Nice vantage point to watch the game.
Yeah, it's a nice atmosphere at Blackpool today. Wells into Robinson on the front foot, defends. Wicketkeeper goes up. It was a big, thick inside edge into the pad. Continuing with the spin attack, the spin twins here. Wells in short back and just defends that straight to cover. Pressure of the two of them just has been released a little bit through a couple of big overs recently. Wells in full. Robinson throws his hands through that and drives straight up to mid-off, who's out. Both long off and long on, coming up into the ring.
350 reached.
For Stokes, who's 18 off 29. Sweepers out. Cow, long leg, third, covering all his sweeping options, now long on off as well. A very defensive field with one slip in. Wells into reverse and he bowls him!
Mervyn was
Wells
right.
Gets Stokes bowled. Cleaned up for 18. That's the wicket Lancashire were looking for. And Stokes goes for 18.
Reverse sweeping.
That's the breakthrough Lancashire were looking for. Puts them right in the mix of this game. Stokes reversing. The ball just continues straight, no turn. And Wells cleans him up. Disappointed Stokes walking back to the changing rooms.
37 added for the 5th wicket after that 215 partnership for the 4th. And 125 needed. Stokes has done his bit with the ball in this game. Got a 5-for, took 7 wickets, but runs-wise out for 2 and 18.
Certainly brings this into a very, very interesting game of cricket. So, day 4, Lancashire versus Durham. Durham require 125 runs. Lancashire 5 wickets. Wells with the breakthrough of Ben Stokes, huge wicket. Robinson, 130 not out off 168. Surely has to be the anchor for Durham to go on and win this game. The runs on the board from Lancashire will create pressure here for Durham.
How many overs left today? That's the other question. 51 overs.
It's never felt like it'll be a draw. I think with 125 runs required, it's going to be a very interesting game of cricket. Wells in, drags it short and guides down behind square leg for 1 run. And that's the end of Luke Wells' over. 1 for 55 off his 11. Big ripple of applause from Blackpool Cricket Club. The breakthrough wicket of Ben Stokes. Still a big job to be done here by Lancashire and by Durham. It's a cricket neutrals game here. It's going to be a hell of a game of cricket.
Match bubbling away for 4 days, and now on the metaphorical knife edge. Clark, the new batsman, who can play aggressive shots. He's normally Durham's opener in white ball stuff. But there's time on Durham's hands here. 51 overs to go, 125 needed. There's plenty of time left in the game just to not have to be rushed. Robinson still out there on 130. Has played a key innings for Durham. Long leg has been brought up to level with the edge of the square. That's Williams there. Got a leg slip, short leg. First slip, Lyon. Right arm over bowling to Clark. Clark forward, plays the ball up towards Lavelle at point and goes for a quick single. Bohannon backing up on the other side of the square as the throw comes into the bowler's end. Chris didn't like that shot. It was a ridiculous shot and totally needless, he says. Lyon to Robinson. Gone into the keeper's gloves just outside the off stump.
Just straightened up on him there, didn't it? Robinson didn't have the same spin as the previous deliveries.
A little bit of bounce as well.
Such a canny operator, Nathan Lyon.
Is he from Glasgow, is he? Here he comes again. That's driven by Robinson out towards the cover boundary. There's nobody out there. That's 4. It's gone toward the kindergarten fence. Where do you live then? Which neck of the woods are you from?
So I'm based in Didsbury, but from Yorkshire originally.
All right.
Yeah.
My wife's from Skipton. And comes line again. That's defended. Where Fred Truman's statue stands proud on the Skipton Canal, the marina there.
Yeah, from Menston, Ilkley.
Ilkley?
Yeah. And then my dad was from the northeast in Northumberland.
All right, where about?
Near Hexham.
Right. In comes bowler again. Robinson up on his toes to get on top of that one. Plays it safely away. Well, you've got that. It's a nice little valley that you've got. My father-in-law lives in Otley. They're up on the hill, right up on the top, looking back across the valley towards Chevin.
Lovely.
Ilkley's quite posh, isn't it? Am I right in thinking that's a sort of upmarkety area?
Not bad. It's all right. Yeah, from a village near there.
Yeah. Robinson on his back foot cuts that out through the covers again, and Lavelle's chasing hard after it. Will he get there? Will he get there? Oh, he has. Dives in and stops the ball going over the ropes for 4. They run 3 instead.
That's a brilliant piece of fielding by Lavelle out in the deep, and those runs will be crucial towards the end of this match.
And right on cue, Mervyn has emailed back. If I said my real thoughts, I'm sure grave offence would be taken. Suffice to say, you can see it coming, he says. Double change in the commentary box now as the police helicopter flies by, heading off towards the coast. So Scott is coming back in to commentate along with Howells the cricket.
Thank you, Martin.
Durham 359.45, target 475.
Thank you, Martin. Sense of relief around, well, I think largely relief, mixed with a bit of, could have gone a bit longer, because it was quite a lot of fun. But not if you're a Lancashire fan. It was pretty I say brutal's a bit over the top, isn't it? But it was enough to get your nerves up, I think. Wells in, bowls. Oh, he's asking for a little feather behind to Hurst from Robinson, but not out. But certainly palpable relief around Stanley Park when Stokes' stumps were made a bit of a mess of by this man, Luke Wells. 3.59 for 5, still in the balance though for me. Hit firmly away through the offside for a single. Robinson moves on to 138. 3.60 for 5 now. But it at least has perhaps brought a little bit more of a balance to it when Durham were, well, they're in the box seat when Stokes was there. Still got to get 5 wickets, Lancashire. Durham need now 116 runs. Actually, with that single, 115 to be precise. Clark's on strike. Here's Wells in and bowls. And that's pushed away up towards mid-off where Will Williams fields. And there's no run. He's gone for a few runs, Luke Wells, but he's looked a threat. He's got the wicket. He's got the key wicket. That's the main thing from Lancashire's point of view. Wells in, bowls. It's driven without a great deal of timing. Oh, and it gets underneath the body of the Lion, but it's okay. It's picked up by Williams, and no damage done. Always turning and coming back for 2. Which is, sorry, just settled for a single. Once 3.61 for 5. There's Kevin Howells settles into the commentary box. I was just saying there's a sense of relief around the ground from Lancashire's point of view, but mixed with perhaps to a little bit of, well, it was good fun that, but thankfully it's over from a cricketing point of view. But it was a brilliant battle, Lyon and Stokes.
2 4s and a 6 in that knock, and it took him 20 odd balls to get going. There was about 21 balls before he got off the mark.
3.61 for 5, 114 to win. 5 wickets for Lancashire. Forward goes Robinson, who has looked steadfast on his century here. He's battered superbly.
Good news from Will Porterfield. I thought lunchtime he seemed to think that nothing too bad with Sakib.
Good.
Yeah. But of course he's not a medical man, is Will, but that's what he was thinking.
Wells to Robinson. Full ball. Actually, it's just a little bit of loop on that, but it is just drops down, kind of just outside off stump, and he able to steer it away to Balderson at deep backward point for a single. 3 coming off the over. 362 for 5. So Robinson on 139, Clark on 3, and it's 113 more runs to win, or 5 more wickets. That was a little rumble of, oh, this will go down to the end.
I can see another one going quickly.
Oh, can you?
Making it 6, and then I think there'll be a little period of we don't know which way we're going again, and then post tea,
come back again.
Yeah. It's been that sort of a game.
It has.
Wickets have fallen, 2 or 3 together, and then
there's
it's new ball time.
New ball time. New ball time.
This fellow's had a good game. I mean, he did misjudge one that could have had Stokes out a little bit earlier, but that wasn't too costly in the end, coming in. And Marty Emerson made a very good point. You know, you can't really say that he's not played his part in the game. That's been all. Phoebe mentioned it. We were talking off air about, you know, he doesn't look the archetypal pace bowler to that, but he's broad shoulders. So you can imagine there's an awful lot of power coming from that point of delivery. Real similar actually to Craig White. He was all the power in that point of delivery. And here's a player. This time it's driven for no run by Robinson into the offside. And no run. Keeson Jennings there at slip, trying to keep calm. They would have given them a bit more belief, taking those 2 wickets, but they know they've got these 5 more to come, and the deficit becomes less and less. The target gets ever closer for Durham. But they've work to do. Both teams. Oh, this is in the air. This could be trouble. This out into mid-wicket. I think it's going to fall in between three. Is it? Is it? Yes, it is. Oh, couldn't be better placed. Had three coming in on it. Bell was one of them. He decided he wasn't going to clash. It's one of those where you do worry for a moment. I hope somebody's going to make a call for it, because that so easily can be trouble when everybody's got their eyes on the ball chasing. But I just had the feeling, but then I tried to make sure I wasn't going to sound a complete idiot, of the fact that I just always had the look of it was just going to fall just in the right spot, out of the reach of the three of them coming in. Aspinwall bowls and a bit of width. Because I made a call here. It was at Potts. And do you remember that Potts? Was it first or second day that catch down here? I thought that had well cleared him. And he kept going, and I thought, over his shoulder, surely he's not going to get it. And it was just a terrific take, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah.
These fielders can cover some ground these days.
Quick, aren't they?
But there, I don't think anybody, if anybody had called any earlier, I don't think anybody really would have got to that one. Aspinwall. This one's angled down towards a vacant area, but eventually down chasing it. Putting the ball back.
Lavella's 12th man. Actually, there's two 12th men on here, because
well, that's not very helpful, is it?
No. One of the catchers trying to get to that was Jack Blatherwick, who was coming up from the boundary. So Blatherwick and Lavella are on. We know that Mahmood's off, but someone else is off.
Where's Gary?
Is Gary off?
Well, I'm asking the question.
Oh, right.
Anybody seen Gary?
Can we find Gary?
Aspinwall bowls and played square for a single, and another one added to the total here. So just trying to calm it all down there, this Durham pair now.
I think you're right. It's Gary.
Gary's gone for a drop down. He'll be back to try and weave some more magic. 365 for 5. Robinson 141. Clark's on 4. And it's Clark who's going to be on strike here now to Aspinwall, turning to make his approach. The umpire at that end is umpire Illingworth. Bowls driven firmly, but pretty much straight to the fielder. Hannon out there, so no run to finish off that over. Total of 3 runs coming from it. Aspinwall's gone through 14 overs, 2 for 76. 365 for 5. Robinson 141. Clark on 4. The target 475. 110 needed. We're in the afternoon session, final day. Memorable times at Blackpool, Scott.
Oh, memorable. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You had a cracker last time as well. I mean, this
we did have a cracker.
Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a fixture, a must-see fixture, isn't it?
It is. It's the go-to game of the season. Is this? All the stars come here. Last season it was Sir Alistair Cook for Essex in the county championship. Then we had Joss Butler playing in the Blast match for Lancashire. Then we've got Stokes and Lyon. Blackpool, as it always has done, attracts the very best stars in the world.
Going way back. Way back. Way back. Danny LaRue. Chuckle Brothers.
Did they do a turn here?
Oh, I mean, in fairness, because they were, I think they were Barnsley lads, weren't they, the Chuckle Brothers? They probably would have preferred a bit of Scarborough, but I bet they came across here from time to time.
Oh, I could imagine, yeah.
A few weeks over in Scarborough, but then maybe the odd appearance here at the Winter Gardens. Cannon and ball, they'd have been big in the Winter Gardens. All this is before your time. How young are you?
Cannon and ball. Was that like put someone in a cannon and fire them off?
Nothing like that at all.
Right. Well, that's something that would happen.
Bobby Ball, Tommy Cannon. Both sadly passed.
How many cannons came here? Well, they're the same cannon.
Cannon and ball. It was a double act.
Right.
I don't know if you get so much. Well, actually, you do. I'm just thinking about it. It's a modern way now. A lot of these road trips with double acts, aren't there? Comedians.
It'd be Balderson with a new ball from the north end. It's a play and a miss from Robinson. Seen that too much from him so far today.
No, we haven't him. He's just been so strong and solid. Another player like Jordan Cox that left Kent, and they grieve the loss of such talent, really. He's got terrific supporters, Robinson, at Durham. His coach thinks the England should be looking at him, and the wicket-keeping batter.
Balderson with 2 slips waiting in, and Bowles again just pushing at that. Robinson. Through it goes, little bit of shape away. The new ball bowlers are George Balderson and Tom Aspinwall, because there's still no Saqib Mahmood. I think we're going to see him bowl again in this match.
We are?
I don't think we are.
No, I don't think we are.
Sets off again, Balderson. Into Robinson. Clipped out towards the leg side. Good looking shot. Just bringing one, actually. Lavelle's on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Robinson moves on to 142. 366 for 5 now.
Luke Wood walking around earlier. Did you see him?
Didn't? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would he be available for Friday? I know that's probably a question you can't answer, but I'm just thinking,
possibly.
if you can't answer it, you might be able to ask it.
Well, I could do, yeah. He'll definitely be available for the following week when the Blast starts.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's going to play in the Championship, but maybe with Mahmood's injury. Balderson was driven again from full-length delivery by Clark to cover, no run. Yeah, he's been busy, hasn't he, away at the IPL?
Has he been doing anything over there? Did he get to play?
I'll ask him when I see him.
Well, I can look it up.
Well, that's true, you could. Yes. 366 for 5. Balderson in to Clark. Ooh, bounces through with that new ball, but he's overstepped. No ball is the call from the umpire. Clark played it well, actually, just dropped his hands.
The thing that immediately struck me about Luke Wood when he walked in front of the marquee early on in the afternoon session was just how perfect the hair was again.
It's immaculate, isn't it?
Hey, how much time do you think he spent on that?
Don't know. I've never seen it move. It's a thing of beauty. Balderson in. Oh, playing a miss from Clark, and again, that's a really good delivery from over the wicket, angling in, just holds his line, draws him into playing at a shot. Keaton Jennings at slip takes his cap off and says, "Oh, was that not nicked the edge of the bat?" It didn't, and Clark's still there on 4, 3, 6, 8 for 5. 1 ball left of the 82nd over.
Played a couple of games in the IPL. One on the 24th of March, the other on the 27th of April.
Balderson, and that's defended by Clark, and there's no run. End of the over. 3, 6, 8 for 5. So not overused then.
No.
Durham require 107 runs to win.
But he was signed as a replacement for Jason Behrendorff.
It was a last-minute thing, wasn't it? I think wasn't Phil Salt the same thing for Jason Roy, I think.
Okay. Well, there we are. These boys, they get signed up. I hope they're going to play. Don't know if they're going to play. But they do know that they'll be handsomely rewarded. But of course, the main thing for any competitor, we've seen that. Ben Stokes being the perfect example. This is not about him coming back and proving his fitness. It's about him wanting to win a game of cricket and doing it for Durham. That's one of the differences between what we see in front of us and what us mere mortals are, really. It's that competitive edge they have to them. So it was something that was said to me by a very famous sports person, but from football. He said, when the money starts to become the reason that anybody's playing, that's when actually the performance will really seriously drop off. It has to be wanting to perform, wanting to win first, and then the money that comes with it, yeah, that's great. But if the money overtakes that in terms of the reasoning and the motivation, then the player's in trouble. There's a single here, out square on the offside. It's Durham, very quiet, lovely atmosphere. We'll be joking about the old Jenny rumbling away outside the marquee, the executive marquee, but actually it's been a terrific atmosphere throughout all the days. Today is the cooler of all days, a little cloudier. 369 for 5. It's Clark facing. He's still on 4, and that's a shorter ball which is in the air, and that cleared the wall. Has it gone out for a 6. Yeah.
And that's out the ground.
It has. And I think that's only the second time. I was expecting to see more this game doing that. I think that's only the second one that's cleared. And therefore, I don't... unless there's somebody walking the dog out there, they can throw the ball back. Maybe the dog's got to it first and then we'll be in trouble. But they're going to have to go off and get a new ball here. This isn't my friend Peter Siddle coming on. No, it isn't. It's Blatherwick who's coming on running with the ball. So, yeah, we've seen 2 go over that. And we would have seen a third, but I'm not too sure if you were on comms or not.
Right.
But there was a fantastic piece of fielding by one of the spectators.
Oh, good effort. What happened?
Well, it clears the rope initially.
Yeah.
And I think it bounced on the step and was on its way over the wall and out of the ground. And just a little like Keaton Jennings in that catch when he plucked it, you know, right-handed in the air. Remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
The Specky just put his left hand out. He was on his way out of the ground, over the wall, just put his left hand out, straight into that.
Oh, that's good.
And back again.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I was thinking to myself, if that had been like, you know, a major, in fact, I think he's only just confirmed it's a 6. I think if it had been a major event at all, that would have been gone miles on social, because it was just a fantastic piece of fielding. I don't know if he's a Lancashire League player or anything like that, but well done, sir, for that. Mind you, we have a new ball and we're back in again. This one is driven back to Aspinwall.
We lost quite a few balls here last year in the Essex match. Dan Lawrence got a big century, and he must have put 7 or 8 over that wall.
Yeah. I'm surprised we've not seen more.
Yeah. I bet Lancashire aren't. But they're pretty pleased.
Yeah, well, they're costly.
They are. Count for 6.
375 for 5. Aspinwall to Clark. A little fuller. He's not going to try and go short. There's been nothing really for short here. This game, those have been. You mentioned it, observed it first day, didn't you? You keep it nice and full. Because otherwise, that's probably why we haven't seen too many fly over there. I did move the car on the Saturday. I parked my car up there, and I thought I can see Stokes or somebody's hammering the ball through this gap in the trees. Next delivery, full. That's beautifully played through mid-wicket. Just clips it away. Lovely drive. That's going to be 4 runs. Playing with some confidence as well here now, this pair. But they've, you know, I'm feeling tense for them, but they're not playing like that. That's a lovely shot. Beautiful. So he's had a 6 in this over. He's just followed that up there with a boundary 4. And Aspinwall, who's had a terrific game. 20-year-old, just done terrific stuff. But they're taking it back at him a little bit here now. 379 for 5. Clark moves to a run of ball 14 with that 6 and a 4 in this over. And the ball comes back. Could be one of those where the ball had been thrown back over the wall again and they don't know which one they've got now.
Well, if it's got dog teeth marks in it, then
it's the one from the other side. I tell you what, some of those dogs I've seen walked in Stanley Park over the next few days, I would not be trying to get the ball out of their mouth.
Oh, there's some big ones.
Oh, massive. Clark on 14. And goes back and oohs and ahs, but it's just punched safely up to mid-on. And no run to finish off that over, but there were 11 runs coming from it. Aspinwall's got through 15 overs, 2 for 87, 379 for 5. Robinson 143, Clark on 14.
It's down to double figures as well now to win, 96. And still with 5 wickets remaining. Coghlan, Potts, Rain and Parkinson. Still to come. Robinson, the Centurion, is holding things nicely together here for Durham. It's a little bit of a kind of a holding pattern of the game really now, isn't it? After the fireworks of Lyon and Stokes and 2 quick wickets, because the new ball's just been taken. And you kind of want to get towards 40 minutes from tea. You want wickets in hand going into that final session.
Well, that's what Ryan Campbell was on. He said Alex Lees in the little group huddle this morning made it clear to everybody. I mean, he's a fine one to talk. He was out, but he was talking to that and said, lads, we're not going to win this in the first session. We just got to get through that first session. We'll win it in the last one. Just make sure we got wickets in hand.
Here's Balderson sets off and bowls and driven up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Well, I mean, it's at the minute 5 in hand is going into the final session is that have liked Stokes obviously still to be there, but 5 in hand, 40 minutes from tee. But the beauty about all that is that they've still got wickets in hand. It's now down to 96.
It's what feels you have. Just you have a feel that they're going to get there or not, and that's where I just don't know. I just don't know at the moment.
No, I'm with you. I think it's in the balance. Balderson has cracked away through the offside. Just be warm. To Robinson, he moves to 144 not out. There's that Bell, George Bell on the boundary.
There are matches, you know, you'd see 5 down and you'd be under that 100 mark, as you say, the run chase, and you'd be thinking, yeah. Quietly, you'd have a good idea in your head. This is okay for the batting side, but no, you can't be that confident here.
Cannot, no. Taking a couple of quick wickets, Lancashire. That'll help settle them down, especially the dismissal of Stokes. Kevin was saying before, the wickets have kind of gone in little spurts. We had that spell after tea on the second night where Aspinwall picked up 4 wickets straight after tea. Here's Balderson. That's hitting straight down the ground. He's done well there, Balderson. He's got low down to his right to get some fingers on that and stop the ball. Who's just heading back towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. Still 380 for 5. Clark 14. 95 required from this point. We're going deep, aren't we? We're deep.
Deep.
Deep, deep, deep. Deep into the evening session.
John, very grateful for. I think I'll be sitting here on my own for 3 or 4 hours at one point, but no.
I'd have stayed for a bit.
Thank you.
Balderson in. Edged. Gone. Clark goes for 14. New ball strikes for Lancashire thanks to Balderson. 6 down now. Durham 380 for 6. Balderson finds the edge of the bat and Hurst takes the catch.
Superstitious, I think, is our Phoebe, because I think she's waited for that wicket fall. Now she's going to come and do a stint on the commentary. She's on. What a lovely ball that looked. I mean, he had to play at it, didn't he? It was just terrific. Terrific delivery. And now my gut feeling is always with Lanky now, you know? That can change in another hour or so, but if I'm Lanky now, I'm thinking, right, so that's a wonderful ball. A good take low down again, was it, from Hurst? He's proven to be really good, isn't he, as a keeper at this level. Really enjoying his work. Phoebe will come in replacement.
Cheers, Kevin. Lovely little spell this with the new ball for Balderson. Previous over actually was so just potentially what eventually unfolded there. That ability just to angle the ball in and just have enough nip, but it's a beautiful line and length. It draws the batter forward. Just that little nip away. Edge of the bat, Hurst does the rest. Good bowling with the new ball by George Balderson. 6 down now and 40 minutes until tea. Durham need to be careful that this wobble doesn't develop. Phoebe Graham.
That's a beautiful delivery by Balderson. He's looked really threatening with the new ball. He's just got that extra bit of bounce off back of the length and looked really, really threatening. The crowd have been quite quiet here today at Blackpool, but we've seen some ripples for Balderson. He's into the new bat, driven back to Balderson. Bohannon tidies up at mid-off. Cowlin in, the new batter. Robinson anchoring the ship though for Durham. 144 from 186 deliveries. 1 equals 2 here, I think. It's going to be a good game here at Blackpool Cricket Club. Balderson in, Nick, catch taken by Jennings in first slip. Brilliant catch. Balderson gets his second. Fantastic movement off the seam. Exactly what Lancashire looking for. 1 brings 2. Durham 380 for 7. Cowling goes for a duck.
Yeah, that's a nervous glance behind, wasn't it, from the edge? Safe pair of hands, Keaton Jennings. Brilliant over this by George Balderson. The new ball working wonders for Lancashire. So fine over this, making the very most of this this new ball. 2 quick wickets. How things can change so quickly. 7 down now, Durham. Still needing 95 more runs to win. And the danger wasn't it, when that 6th wicket fell, about the idea of, don't want this to unravel from Durham's point of view in this half an hour till tea. Lancashire have got a chance here with this new ball to get the bulk of the work done. Matty Potts is Ben Rain is a new batter coming out to replace Coghlan. 380 for 7, Phoebe. Blimey.
Yeah, it certainly changed the energy here at Blackpool.
Has, yep.
From Durham being in control with set batters of Beddingham to Robinson. Robinson's still in though, 144 not out. But with 4 wickets this afternoon, it's really changed the tone of the game. Durham required 95 runs, Lancashire 3 wickets. We've got a game of cricket on our hands here, Scott.
Got a bowling change as well with Tom Aspinwall. Just 2 overs with the new ball, and gone back to Will Williams from the south end of the ground. Can't afford to lose another, can they, till tea now? Got to have some kind of partnership here between Robinson and Rain, get Durham to tea. Lancashire sense a massive opportunity. Return to one of the senior new ball bowlers in Will Williams.
Well, they've still got 1 slip in place in Keaton Jennings, and aside from that, every other fielder is on the boundary. So it feels like they're deploying some sort of strategy here, Scott. It's not clear, but I think they want to bowl to Ben Rain.
I think you're right. The clue's out there, isn't it?
It always looks so village, doesn't it?
Here comes Williams in and bowls. That's turned away off the pads by Robinson for a single. Well, they get a chance to bowl at the new batter straight away, and the field's going to change. There'll be all sorts of Lancashire fielders running in from the boundary rope and putting themselves into attacking positions, or at least a couple of slips. Probably a gully. Everyone's coming up. Mid-on comes up. Backward point comes up. Third man comes up. So all change for the new batter, Ben Rain. 381 for 7, Durham. Need 94 to win.
Just long legs still out on the boundary. Aside from that, everyone up in the ring. You take 2 slips, a gully.
So Rain on strike, the new batter. Williams around the wicket, in, bowls, turns him round just beyond the reach of Bell. He went cartwheeling away to his left. He's gone down towards the 3rd man boundary. It's picked up by Wells, and they've come back for 2, but Bell at the gully, in the gully, went flying after it. Just beyond his reach. It's a rather nervous start by Rain. It was one of those quite anxious glances over the shoulder, wasn't it, by the Durham batter.
Lancashire full of beans at the moment. You can feel the energy. Change of ball has really shifted the momentum into their half.
Williams to Rain, that's clipped up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And I guess as well, crucially, Phoebe, that the new ball's come, and I agree, they've got a lot of energy out with taking a couple of wickets, but they've got rid of Beddingham, and they got rid of Stokes before the new ball was taken. So that's a huge boost, isn't it, that for Lancashire, to have got rid of those 2 guys. New ball comes in, and you're into the kind of the lower middle order there.
Yeah, and you can see the zip off the pitch that had just died a death with the old ball, and they'd got turned to spin, but back to the seam attack now.
Here's Williams bowls, Rain plays forward in defence. And there is no run. Just leans onto that front foot. Very calm defensive push. It needs a bit of calm from a Durham point of view. Lancashire sensing a brilliant opportunity here. Sniffing a first win of the season. Into that one, sniffing the pizza van. One of the 2.
Okay. much prefer the first one of the season, no matter how many pizzas are on offer at the moment.
Williams in and balls, and Rain just leans into it again and clips the ball away out towards the leg side. Jogs through for a single.
It's the last ball of the over, so whether they keep the fielders in to try and starve Robinson of strike.
Yeah.
It's going back to more of the conventional one-day field. We've seen a lot, the backward W in play, and then fielders in front of the bat. If it is fuller, they're there to stop Robinson driving and getting a single. Anything short, protection out on the boundary. Runs also really critical at this point as well.
Yeah, 92 to win. Williams to Robinson forward and defends. It's a good. There's no run at the end of that over. That's actually a good over that by Williams, isn't it? Because he's come back into the attack following on what Balderson did, picking up 2 wickets in an over, and he's sent down 6 very good balls there.
Yeah, he's backed up from the other end as Williams. Only 4 from the over, but just continuing with that pressure. Good bowling needs to be backed up with good bowling. Bowling in partnerships, we saw it in the first innings with Aspinwall and Lyon. Now with the new ball, Williams and Balderson. And now's the time for Lancashire to pounce.
It is, isn't it? Yep, this is a absolutely kind of potentially defining session, that little half-an-hour session of the match to get to tea.
Robinson has looked unfazed for his 145 off 188. He's batted brilliantly throughout this day. It's Balderson in. Robinson comfortably leaves. Sort of that 6th stump line. Got 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-wicket. 3rd out. Balderson in, and big appeal for LB, but looked high and going down. Umpire not interested. And the slip cordon weren't that interested either.
No, he didn't get much support there, did he?
No. With the pace and carry we've seen off the new ball, if that was the old ball, might have clipped the top of the stumps, but it's definitely going through over hip height. Balderson in and left by Rain there. Some lovely shape coming back into the left-hander. Rain swivels, watches it through to the keeper, not going anywhere near the ball, not even tempted by it in the slightest.
It's about wickets in hand here, isn't it? They can absorb a bit of pressure. Got to have wickets in hand going into that final session.
Balderson in full, up, takes it! Huge wicket for Lancashire. Slight inside edge, the ball pops up in front of Balderson, and a full stretch dive. Sprinting towards the ball, great take from Balderson, caught and bowled off the inside edge into his pad and up, and Balderson does it exceptionally well through his follow through. A great catch.
He wasn't not getting to that, was he, Balderson? Goodness, he absolutely went hell for leather as that looped up off a little inside edge onto the pad, put the dive in, both fingers under it. There's the big celebration. Mobbed by his teammates. Goodness, after some tension built through the course of the morning and into the afternoon, and Stokes hitting boundaries, and Lancashire struggling for wickets, how things changed so quickly. The new ball's worked and Balderson's made the absolute most of it. Terrific spell here, a spell that's potentially shaped the match Lancashire now at this stage firm favourites to win. They still need two more wickets, but this last half an hour has just changed the complex of this fourth and final day. Changed the whole feel of the ground, hasn't it? Brilliant by Balderson.
Really has. Balderson's been absolutely outstanding. Is it his third over with the new ball?
Let's double check for you.
And
it is, yeah.
Third over with the new ball, and the impact that he's created is looked threatening from ball one, beating the outside edge, finding the edge, cramping up Ben Rain there. Absolutely brilliant, and getting real shape off the pitch, in the air. Absolutely outstanding.
3 for 4 this spell with a new ball for Balderson from 2.4 overs.
You couldn't ask for any more, could you?
No, that's dreamy stuff, isn't it, from Lancashire's point of view. Captain Keaton Jennings will be a super proud skipper at the minute with his young bowler there. Conversation with the old pro Nathan Lyon. They'll feel an awful lot better about things at the moment. Where can Durham go from here? Well, Potts has had a great season with the bat, and he's going to need to do something special again.
Balderson in. Lovely line. Umpire calls it no ball. It's just creeping over that front line with the extra 110% that he's giving today.
To say, how much is that Phoebe going to be adrenaline? Probably quite a bit, isn't it, for Balderson? Just pushing him over the line.
But yeah, Potts scored his maiden Test 100 against Warwickshire, going in as a night watchman, coming in at scoring, I think it was 149.
Yeah.
It's not a bad effort at all.
Decent, yeah.
Balderson in, defended on the front foot there by Potts. Solid in defence. And that was something Jennings said with an interview with yourself last night, that all the way down to 10, there's been first-class hundreds from the Durham attack, so they know that it's not over until it's over against this Durham team. And we still have Robinson at the crease, 145 not out. Matthew Potts, 0 off 1 delivery. Balderson just putting point out for cover, mid-wicket out for cover. And he's in, driven. Potts takes the single. Very well bowled by Balderson, who continues to apply the pressure. We're starting to hear the ripple of applause now from Blackpool. They've appreciated that over from Balderson. 3 wickets in 3 overs with the new ball. Excellent from Robinson. Durham are now 8 down. Robinson at the crease, 145 not out, and require 89 to win.
Got this brilliant habit, which he takes wickets in little clumps, does Balderson. He's kind of been his bit of a trademark since he got into the Lancashire side when he's bowling, that he's able just to, if he gets on a bit of a run, you know, if he can get one, and normally 2 and 3 following quickly after. That's exactly what's happened here today.
When you're on, you're on. He's one of those.
Yeah, he's one of, aye. When he's on, he's on. He's been on there with a new ball, that's for certain. Goodness. Right, Potts on strike. You can note that by the field. 2 slips and a gully. Here comes Williams in a bowls, left by Potts. Through to Hurst. And there's no run. 387 for 8. The big partnership, the massive partnership in the innings, which has kind of dominated for Durham. 216, Bedingham and Robinson battered through the course of the morning and into the afternoon. And a 37 Robinson and Stokes, a 30 Robinson and Clark, but nothing to come close to that. Williams, it's a nice looking shot by Potts. He'll get no run for it, but plays it lovely off the front foot. Held the pose as well up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Straight from the ECB Level 3 coaching guide, How to Play the Off Drive from Matthew Potts. Put that into some sort of textbook if you needed it. Video guide.
387 for 8. Williams sets up again, bouncing his way in, balls to Potts. He's turned to the onside this time, just to nip back in towards Potts. Angled into him, which he turns up to mid-on, no run.
Plays with a very high elbow, doesn't he? Wears the arm guard as well. Uses front arm very well. For number 10 as well. Me at number 10, I like to use my bottom hand, which isn't great. That's where things go terribly wrong, Scott, if you forget to use that top arm and high elbow.
Williams in to Potts. Well, that's a solid-looking front foot defensive shot again, isn't it, by Potts? Bang. Get through that. Blocked. Bounces towards Bohannon at mid-off, and there's no run. Didn't bowl in the second innings. Well, that's not true. I keep saying that. It's not true. He did. He bowled 3 overs, but didn't bowl yesterday. So they were a bowler light, Durham, because of a toe injury, I think is what Martin said. You know, they're batting. Williams in. Forward again goes Potts. Slightly open face of the bat. Disappears down towards backward point, and there's no run. 1 ball left of the over. 20 minutes until tea. Martin's going to come and join you to take you up to tea. Not so sure he's going to be a happy bunny. 387 for 8. Final ball for Williams is sent down 5 dot balls so far to Matthew Potts. And here he comes to complete the over. Running in towards us over the wicket into Potts. And that's just clipped neatly enough to the right of mid-on where Lyon is catch up with it. And they take a single. Doubles his total. 388 for 8. 20 minutes until tea. Phoebe, Martin will come and join you.
Lancashire won't mind that at all. Potts taking the single, last ball of the over. Starving Robinson off strike, who's played a wonderful innings so far. 145 heres off 188 deliveries. But Potts faced up that whole over from Williams, who just backed up Balderson's work. Doesn't look as threatening, but just being super economical. And as a partnership, the two of them are bowling really nicely together. Balderson taking his 4th over with this new ball. He's already got 3 wickets so far, and the fortunes have really changed into Lancashire's favour here at Blackpool. 87 runs required, 2 wickets from Lancashire. It certainly isn't game over as Balderson into Potts, off the back foot, defends. There's a mess up. Balderson takes, run out, Robinson! Huge wicket!
Potts is off.
Oh, it's Potts. They did cross.
Well, this has all gone Pete Tong from a Durham point of view very quickly this afternoon. That Balderson over where he took 2 wickets in 2 balls, as you were just discussing there, then to get rain with a Corton bowled, and now this. I was thinking a few minutes ago we could be entering extra half hour before tea territory, because tea's at 22:04, but it may well be over by then. I'm not wanting to write off Callum Parkinson, but Durham have dramatically lost their way here. Going back to Beddingham being out for 103, lots of people questioning whether he'd hit the ball or not, and then Stokes out bowled by Wells trying to reverse sweep him when he was on 18. So Callum Parkinson here coming out the bat against his former team, and poor Ollie Robinson. It's been a stoic effort from him. He's on 145, he's running out of partners. So Potts run out for 2.
Yeah, just a huge miscommunication there. Potts set off, then said no. Robinson said yes, and they ended up crossing. And Potts, the candidate for the run out. There's a fumble as well.
Who got the throwback to... that's the first ball of the over, wasn't it?
First ball of the over, yeah.
Who got the throwback to Balderson?
I think that's a very good question.
Doesn't matter, I'll just
I
write
think it was
George
Lavelle.
Balderson. Right.
It was the substitute fielder, Lavelle. It had a fumble at square leg, but picked it up. Great throw back into Balderson. He easily took the stumps there, whilst the two were almost hand in hand in the middle looking at one another. The chaos that they'd caused.
When Stokes was out, Durham needed 125 to win. They then got past the 100 to win mark. It was 95 when Clark was out, 95 with Coghlan, 91 for Rain, and 87 with a run out.
Balderson in. Robinson wafts at that. Pulls away from the shot in the end. He's got some nice shape off the pitch there, Balderson. Moving it away from Robinson. Fired up is Balderson. 3 wickets. He's made the difference here with the new ball. And critical in that run out. Balderson in. Robinson glides down to long leg. Doesn't take the single. Lancs have every fielder out on the boundary aside from Will Williams in cover and 2 slips in play. There's 4 balls remaining in this over. Robinson has a huge job on his hands to try and anchor this win home for Durham. 87 runs required. Balderson in, big slash, and he finds the gap between point and third and slashes it away for 4. That takes him up to 149.
A tale of 2 clapsers, says Gaz. Oh no, says Lydia Jane.
Two balls left of the over. There's just a slight field change. We see a more conventional ring around the bat. 2 slips and a gully in. Nathan Lyon and Josh Bohannon having a good chat with Balderson. How do we deprive Robinson of the strike? They would love to be bowling at Parkinson right now. Balderson in, defended nicely there by Robinson. Just bowled that awkward length where you can't get forward, you can't get back. It's not threatening the stumps, but it's just niggly. He'll probably look to do that once more. Robinson's looking for where his single is off strike as they even bring the long leg in.
Maybe a crumb of comfort, but he's 1 run away from 150. His highest scores 167 not out. That was last year.
Balderson in, big slash over the cordon. Runs away to the boundary, 4 runs. It was only ever going to be a 4 or a dot.
It's gone to the nicely constructed steps, and that's his 150.
Robinson gets his 150. Big applause from the Blackpool fans and a small raise of the bat. Him, it means nothing if Durham don't win this game.
Oh, Vienna. You remember that song? Have you heard that song? It means nothing to me, oh Vienna. No?
I think I have.
Yeah.
Have you got a few?
That's the.
Have you got a few lines of the chorus you could sing us?
That is the chorus, isn't it?
To the beat.
I'm trying to remember the tune now. It was kept off #1 by What's the Matter You, Hey, by an Italian comedian. Here is the start of a new over up the hill. Is that Williams? Yes, Williams bowling, right arm over, bowling to Parkinson. Parkinson plays that out into the covers. Ultravox sang Vienna. Many moons ago. Bit of grey cloud above us now. Maybe that's just the cloud cover. Maybe it's just changed conditions a little bit this afternoon as well. Helps the ball nip around a little bit more. As Williams comes in, Parkinson forward. There's a lot riding on this match because a win for Lancashire lifts them up the table. It's their first win of the season, gets them involved, gives them a big confidence booster. For Durham, they're 6 matches in. With 1 win, their unbeaten run ends. They've had a lot of draws and they've been struggling to bowl teams out. Mixes everybody in together. Williams again, that bounces twice as it goes down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
Yeah, it just looked like he'd lost his action there and really just pushed that down the leg side. Sort of really lost his wrist behind the ball. But still, no runs scored from the over. Still doing his job, holding up his end as Balderson looks so threatening from this Blackpool zoo end.
396 for 9, 79 still needed. Bowler comes in, bowls to Parkinson, who plays it out into the covers. Diving stop out there, no run. That's Aspinwall, I think, isn't it, fielding out there?
Yeah. 2 balls left of the over. They still keep the ring field.
Aspinwall grew up in the Kendal area, played for Kendal Cricket Club, played for Cumberland, Cumbria as a schoolboy, played for Durham as a schoolboy. Williams from Christchurch bowls. That's a good leave from Parkinson. Watch that well.
Very good leave.
It was far enough across not to have to play at it.
Cumbria is that sort of territory where it's just on the cusp of Lancashire and Durham.
Yeah.
You either go.
You got Graham Clark, who's from Kendal, played for Durham. Stokes is from Cockermouth. Aspinwall from Kendal. Bowler comes in, Parkinson leaves that one. It's a full length delivery. That's gone through to the keeper. Pitched right on the crease line, that one. End of the over. It's a maiden. Robinson back on strike.
Yeah, Shane Williams didn't make Parkinson play at that and try and at least get bat on it. I don't think they'd have taken the single regardless of where the ball had gone, unless it trickled over the rope. Keaton's surrounded by players as everyone has a bit of a chat, talking about, I think, the slip cordon, where the catcher should be, angles. Still thinking this last wicket means everything here today for Lancashire. And Robinson will be facing up, who has played an anchor of an innings and just lost mates at the other end, lost his support. Fantastic partnership of over 200 this morning with Beddingham. Durham requiring 79 runs, game still not over. Long on, long off, out. All out on the leg side. Balderson in. Robinson defends.
John says he must learn not to email in. He was getting carried away that Durham were going to win earlier on.
It felt that way though, didn't it? It just felt easy for them in the first session.
What did they need at lunch? They still needed another... I didn't write in the lunch score. Another 191. In comes the bowler.
Balderson in, big drive down, big round, Lyon round, and only a single taken. Just puts his hands on his knees, does Lyon, but Bohannon having a little chat with him. Is he okay? I think he is. He might be just absolutely shattered from his 31 over spell today. 2 overs. I mean, 31 overs for 2 wickets, 91 runs. He looked really threatening, as always did Lyon. sort of held that middle phase of the game until this new ball's come where Balderson has put his foot on the gas and taken 3 wickets in and defended comfortably by Parkinson. Shaped up nicely there.
The Durham coach Ryan Campbell popped over at lunchtime and he said 191 was still a long, long way to go. And the middle order for Durham's not really delivered in either innings in this game. On the lower order.
Balderson in, takes off from the pitch, shapes away late. It's a wonderful delivery again. It's really getting some kick off the pitch. Is Balderson with the new ball. Parkinson being very deliberate which balls he does and doesn't play at.
Durham nearly at 400 here, 397 for 9, but it was that first innings, 236, which has caused the damage.
Balderson in, guided through to mid-wicket, no run.
Who knows, we might still be in for some incredible drama yet.
Absolutely. It's not over till it's over, is it? And it's a funny game that we play, and I think with Robinson at the crease, 154 not out. As this ball starts to get a little bit older, if they can survive a few more overs, it's only going to tick down is that scoreboard.
It's only 10 overs older, isn't it, I think?
Just trying to give a bit of hope there.
Yeah. I was thinking, yeah, the ball's wearing in there. I look at the scorecard, it's only the 90th over, so.
Balderson in and left comfortably again by Parkinson as it shapes away from him.
78 to win. Now we should be going to tea in 3 minutes. Tea is normally an immovable object on the final day at 20 to 4, but I would imagine we'll be playing the extra half hour because 1 wicket is needed. And I bet young Scott's rotor didn't take that into consideration when he was writing out his little grid earlier on.
No, Martin and Phoebe finish off at 20 to 4 in the session named Afternoon Underlined. On the screen on Likes TV, you can see you can win a Nathan Lyon signed shirt if you enter the competition.
There's a QR code, and you can go to the Lancashire website. Lyon with number 67 on his back, jogging off towards the long-on boundary with his back to Betsy's pizza van. In comes Williams up the slope to bowl to Robinson. Robinson has absolutely hammered that. Slog sweep into the park. It's gone over the portable toilets, over the wall and into the park. How many balls have been lost today then?
I think that's the second.
3? Kev says 3.
Potentially third.
That was a big
it was
shot.
A great
there.
piece of fielding by a man in a blue polo, where it bounced off the step, looked like it was going to go into the park area, and then one-handed catch earlier today, but that one well and truly cleared the fence. And that's the way for Robinson to win this game, is to take it down by himself, as Durham now require 72.
Well, he's on 160 from 196 balls. That's the 4th 6 he's hit. There's been 16 4s as well. And I suppose in the showing you the state of what's been going on with Durham in recent overs, in the last 5 overs he's hit 15 runs from 8 deliveries. But that includes that 6. So he's decided not to die wondering. Replacement ball has been found, so that one lasted 10 overs under delivery.
Hope it's as nifty as the previous ball.
Williams in, that's driven, and it's up in the air, but it's gone down towards wide, long off for 4 more. That's 10 runs in 2 deliveries. He's going for it here. 68 needed to win. Was more or less a length ball. Bohannon's fielding out there with his back to the steps, which curve around the corner of the ground, but couldn't get across in time. Jennings is coming out of the slip cordon. He's gone from first slip and he's going over towards the covers. There's a man at deep backward point. There's a man at third man. Now got a long off, a long on. Jennings has dropped quite out, a long way out into the covers. There's no fine leg. As Williams bowls again. Oh, and he's gone down on one knee and looks to smite that into next week and misses the ball outside the line of off stump. That would have been going towards the beer tent in the far corner of the ground.
Absolutely, a bit of death bowling there with the new ball from Williams. He's followed him as Robinson's gone out wide.
Somebody on the top of the wall looking over now to see if they can see where the ball's gone. I think they're standing on a wheelie bin. While somebody else holds the wheelie bin.
Got an opportunity to help this game, the fans, by finding that ball.
Williams to Robinson. Robinson hits that hard and up towards the far end of the ground to Lyon, and he's run 2. Parkinson manages to dive back in. It was in the air, but it was never going to reach Lyon. Sounded a bit heavy on the bat, that ball there. Wasn't out the middle.
It's really well run by Parkinson as well. It's gone straight towards long on, and he's paced it there and back to make sure his mate Robinson's back on strike, because I don't think they can quite take Balderson down like he's taking Williams down at the moment. 12 off 4 deliveries.
I think we're in the extra half hour now then, with 1 wicket left in the game. Williams stops as he's running in.
Just loses his tempo and flow there. Dead ball called by the umpire. Go down and have a little chat to Robinson and Parkinson. Keep going. I'll run hard for you. Make sure you try and get the strike for the last ball in the last ball of the over.
409 for 9, 66 needed. A little push out towards the covers for 1 there from Robinson, picked up by Jennings.
Just needs to survive the 1 ball, does Parkinson here. As the field come back in to face Parkinson. I doubt they'd take any run no matter where the ball goes, so that Robinson can shape up to Balderson. But the slip cordon is in. 2 slips and a gully.
Parkinson keeps out an attempted Yorker. The ball runs up to the cover area, and that is the end of the over. 65 to win. 410 for 9. From 91 overs.
Looks like they could be going with a change of tack here. Bell
bringing
putting
Lyon on, is he?
Lid and some shin pads. Hurst has asked for the lid. And you're right, it's Nathan Lyon to come on in replacement of Balderson, who actually I thought looked really, really threatening, but potentially may come on at the other end. Thinking of ways to kill this game. 1 more wicket required, and Robinson has started to go on the charge. Nathan Lyon has bowled some big chunky spells this innings. 31 of the 90 overs bowled by Lyon. It's been a third of the overs bowled, just 2 wickets, but he's been really, really threatening.
And Waterson says Robinson must be getting close to an England call-up. Magnificent cricketer.
Got one catcher in for Lyon. Helmets lined up behind Hurst for when Parkinson is on strike. Fielders all go back to the boundary apart from Bohannon in at mid-wicket. Wells in at slip. Nathan Lyon in and just misses the outside edge.
Stayed quite low that as well, didn't it?
Stayed low, spun.
I think it hit the downward section of a foot hole.
I've seen that a couple of times from the spinners where it's just shot on rather than held its consistent bounce. Lyon in. Much bouncier delivery there with the new ball. Much more like how Robinson expected the ball to be played. 167 Robinson is. 170 even. Nathan Lyon bowling a hell of a spell here for Lancashire. In comes Lyon, swept to square leg. They don't take the single.
Aspinwall's out there. He got behind that one.
Just had a few blunders in the field, did Aspinwall. The one where he just slipped. The ball didn't go through his legs. He just fell and the ball trickled to the boundary. But that's well gone now. Nathan Lyon in back and tried to guide that through to 45, but didn't make contact. Doesn't feel like any risk is going to be taken against Nathan Lyon. Extravagant shots have gone back in to Robinson's locker. There's Lyon in back. And punches that to backward point, no run.
Adrian Thomas says they must have changed the rules because in a 2000 match at Lords, Middlesex against Gloucestershire, they took tea at 3:40 on the final day with Middlesex 9 down. I think it's down to the umpires now. If they think there's a reasonable chance the game can finish in the next half hour, then they'll go for the extra half hour. And given how many quick wickets Durham lost after Stokes was out trying to reverse sweep Wells, Clark was gone for 14, Coughlan for none, Rain for 3 and Potts for 2, it was heading in one direction. Robinson slowed it down because he's gone on the attack. He's now on the defensive.
Lyon in, down the ground, goes Robinson, no one out there. 1 bounce, 4 down, wide long on.
So he's just gone past his 167 not out from last year with that 4, so he's now at 171. I've got Leicestershire in mind for that game, but my sheet's over there. Give me a sec.
It looks like there is a change of bowling now from the far end. Balderson will come on. Check to come on from Will Williams. Parkinson facing up, exactly what the Lancs attack want to see. Balderson, who's fired up, he's taken 3 wickets with this new ball.
It was at Leicester last June. Balderson then has switched ends, comes in and bowls to Parkinson. That's a leg stump. Parkinson plays it up to mid-on, no run. Lyon collects it.
We've used Lyon from both ends today, but Balderson was on a real run from this Blackpool Zoo end, getting that extra bit of bounce, that extra bit of nip. But they must believe that the Blackpool Zoo end is the end Lyon is going to get the most spin from.
Bowler comes in. Parkinson behind that one, plays it to point. Batted well on the 3rd evening. last week at Hampshire, Parkinson, along with Ben Rain, only made 18, but he occupied the crease for quite some time as they took the game and their innings into the fourth day. Match eventually ended as a draw. Durham required 61 from 414 for 9. Balderson bowls. Parkinson defends. The ball runs to point. No run there. Aspinall comes in and collects it.
Bowling well is Balderson, and even more impressively is Parkinson. 0 from 13, but looks reasonably solid.
So I think this is the third over of the extra 8 of the half hour. Balderson comes in and bowls. Parkinson is forward to that one. It comes in low and he defends it. Bat and pad around about middle and leg.
Does well again, does Parkinson there. Shapes up nicely. Also left a few good deliveries as well as Parkinson. Seems to know where his stumps are.
Balderson bowls. That's a good leave. Yep. Just hopped across the stumps just to make sure, but was angling away.
Yeah, setting up on leg stump is Parkinson, and then as the bowler delivers, comes into middle, and then went across all 3 stumps for that final bit of movement. Proper batting technique that for number 11. Shape it up. Moving across, leaving the ball as it goes away from the right-hander.
Fifth ball of the over. That's edged, and that is it. And Lancashire have won, and fittingly it is Keaton Jennings who takes the catch at first slip and gets a big hug. He has been the mainstay of this Lancashire win, with centuries in the first innings and the second innings. They win by 60 runs. It's 8 minutes to 4 on the final day here in Blackpool. So Durham suffer their first defeat of the season. Lancashire enjoy their first win of the season. And they've won by 60 runs, while Ollie Robinson, stoic effort from him, finishes unbeaten on 171. His best score in his career, but unfortunately on the losing side. A game that has delivered us 5-ers, a game that has delivered 2 batsmen who've got centuries in both innings. We've had everything here, and just like last year against Essex, it's served up a real treat here in Blackpool. But it's a victory for Lancashire.
It's been a great day's play here at Blackpool, and fittingly George Balderson taking his 4th wicket of the day and the final wicket to win the game for Lancashire. He's been absolutely fantastic with the new ball. Fitting that Keaton Jennings took that catch after getting 2 centuries, 1 in each innings, and really anchoring the ship for Lancashire. It's been a great effort from Lancashire, great contest from Durham, a very good game of cricket, and Lancashire will be relieved that they're off the mark. First win of the season. Well done, Lancashire.
Yes, sense of relief. I'm sure you're right, Phoebe, amongst the Lancashire men's side here, that they've got the season up and running, their first county championship win of the summer. It's been a very, very good game of cricket, and that was bubbling up beautifully through the course of the day as Keaton Jennings, the winning captain, takes his side off, and there's George Balderson. Goodness, what an impact he's made in the back end of this afternoon session. And he takes plenty of applause, and rightly so. That spell with the new ball was what's really changed the whole feel of it today. It finishes with 4 for 52, and it ebbed and flowed really nicely, didn't it? I think when we got here this morning, Phoebe, we were chatting about how it might progress, and it's kind of pretty much gone to plan. It was difficult to work out which way it might go.
Absolutely. Well, we look back to that first session, the way that Beddingham and Robinson built the partnership was just so smooth. Lancashire didn't look like they were going to break through Durham's attack. They put on an over 200 partnership, two of them scoring a century and Ollie Robinson being 171 not out at the end. And when Stokes came in, Durham required 125 runs, which felt like the perfect setup for Ben Stokes to go on and win the game for them. But no one in that middle to latter order has really stood up for Durham. Stokes 18, Clark 14 and out, Cowlin 0 and out, Rain 3 and out, Potts 2 and out, and finally Parkinson out for none at the end there. But it was George Balderson that came and changed that energy towards the end there. 4 wickets with the new ball, absolutely fantastic. He got the crowds going at Blackpool, and it was a great win in the end for Lancashire.
Yeah, some healthy looking bowling figures there for Balderson. I mean, last night some work was done by Aspinwall, who bowled that couple of overs and managed to prize out a couple of wickets, with Lyon picking up one as well. Must look at the man at the bottom of that bowling card there, Luke Wells, who's churned in with 12 overs, but that 1 wicket on his column was Ben Stokes.
It was, yeah. Stokes set up to reverse sweep. He'd played it a couple of times already to Nathan Lyon to find the boundary. I think he was 0 off 11 balls and all of a sudden 19 off 20, as Ben Stokes does, and tried to do it again to Luke Wells and got cleaned up. Be really disappointed in himself for playing that shot, I think, to that delivery. And yeah, Luke Wells got that breakthrough wicket.
Yes, it was getting a bit edgy at that stage, and we must, as Martin and yourself mentioned, we must make reference to Robinson's century there at the non-strikers end. Goodness, he could do no more. 171 not out, left stranded at the non-strikers end. That we just saw the partnerships there. That brilliant partnership between Robinson and Beddingham, that double century partnership, has been the bedrock of that Durham reply, and they've got close. 474 was the target to win. Final day, no chance. And actually, at one stage it was on, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think we've seen today at Blackpool clusters of wickets. So Lancashire always knew, as soon as they broke through that partnership with Nathan Lyon in the attack, the new ball not far away, that they could break down Durham in clusters. But with that foundation that they created with those double centurions, which was a fantastic opening partnership, and Lancashire very deflated after the first session.
Yeah.
It was just in contention for anyone to win.
Yeah.
It's ebbed and flowed fantastically, but Lancashire were the winners at the end. And I think, and also big mention to Keaton Jennings, who batted superbly both days and has really put his hand up, taken responsibility, and played an outstanding captain's knock.
Yep.
Is a very credible player and speaks from the heart, and he's taken that responsibility for the team, put his name in the ring, and been the person to stand up. And some people say the runs don't mean anything if you don't win the game, and it truly would have meant nothing to Keaton, those runs, if we hadn't won the game today. So I think Keaton has been absolutely superb today as well.
Yeah, that's almost the first thing. Actually, it was pretty much the first thing he said last night when I spoke to him about congratulations, Keaton, back-to-back centuries. It's not going to mean much if we don't get over the line and win the match. So he'll be utterly relieved at that. Here on Likes TV and the BBC Sport website and app, stay with us. We're going to get you some reaction from George Balderson. I think he's going to come and join us for a chat. So we'll keep on nattering. Sports Extra listeners could be heading to other dramatic finishes. They're heading to Kevin Howells. We're going now. We're going now. Kevin, it's all yours. So yeah, we've got some reaction hopefully from George Balderson to come before we sign off tonight. There's so many highlights in this match. We mentioned Keaton Jennings and we've mentioned George Balderson. Balderson, the way he's won it at the end there for Lancashire, the way it was set up by Jennings and by, in particular, in both innings by Keaton Jennings. Worth mentioning too, without doubt, the bowling of Tom Aspinwall, because that little spell at the end of the second day, where he came out to tea and picked up 4 wickets, again, that just transformed the feel of the Durham first innings. All out for 230 in the end. So one of the young guys has stepped up there with Aspinwall, which is great for him to make that contribution.
Yeah, we've seen that throughout the first 6 games for Lancashire, that some of these young, inexperienced lads are really stepping up and taking to the main stage. For Aspinwall to come out here today, over the past 4 days at Blackpool, and not only just take his maiden wicket for Lancashire, but to take a fifer, to take 2 wickets last night in the session, just shows what type of players Lancashire are producing and how exciting the future of Lancashire cricket is. And they're ready for the main stage.
Sorry, Phoebe. Yeah, and then they managed to get quite a few into their team this season, which I think is through necessity because of retirement. Stephen Croft, who's not playing red ball cricket. We know about Villas leaving, and likes of Danny Lamb and Rob Jones have all moved on. So it's created this opportunity for some of the younger players. That's also one of the remits of county cricket, isn't it? To get to have that progression, it's about developing players and getting them into your first team, and obviously naturally that will evolve and players will move on and some will stay. That's all part of the process. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think we've seen from Hurst, who's scored his maiden century, he's got a couple of 50s in his back pocket now, and it was Keaton that said it was actually the experienced players that needed to step up, and the fact that he's done that in this game shows how hard they work, shows how hungry they are for success at Lancashire. And I think this win today will be the start of Lancashire's season in terms of how they go about the business and the belief of the new unit that they've got and what they can produce in terms of cricket.
And that will take time. There will be ebbs and flows with that, won't there, when you've got younger players in your side?
Absolutely. And the likes of Balderson, who's bowled absolutely brilliant today, but also been batting 4. He's come through as such a strong all-rounder, but he's bowled absolutely fantastic. I think he's ready to have a chat with you as well, Scott.
He is. We just need to update Radio Manchester listeners to join us, so we're just going to juggle a few things around, but it'll be okay. We'll be fine. I'm only recapping what we already know, which is Lancashire have won, and then George is going to join us for some of his thoughts as well, which is great. And next up for Lancashire is Warwickshire, and as you say, it's about, I suppose, now trying to go again, isn't it? Try and win again.
Yeah, back to Old Trafford they are on Friday against Warwickshire, who have been reasonably successful so far this season. But yeah, they'll be full of beans now with Lancashire, and I think it'll make a huge difference how they approach the game on Friday with a win under the belt rather than being deflated, because it could have gone either way, this game against Durham, but it's gone the right way for Lancashire.
Certainly did. It ebbed and flowed, that's for certain. Right, so we're just going to do a little update for BBC Radio Manchester. Phoebe, thank you. And then we're going to get George in as well to get his thoughts on this win here for Lancashire today, and that kind of magical spell with the new ball in the afternoon session, which has just basically transformed the game really from a Lancashire point of view, and a first win as well for the Red Rose. Can they go again at Emirates Old Trafford on Friday? We shall see. So yeah, 60-run win for Lancashire. Yeah, first win of the season this for Lancashire. They've won by 60 runs here. They've bowled Durham out for 414. It was a brilliant end to the day, thanks to George Bolson's spell with the new ball late on in the afternoon. Ben Stokes did come out and bat and got himself a little cameo with the bat, but it's Lancashire's day. A first win of the season for the Red Rose. Durham all out for 414, and Lancashire win by 60 runs. Right, we can have a little chat, I think, with George. I'm going to just wave my arm and see if we can try and bring him over for a little chat. And he'll come and join us here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and the app. Just shuffle into position there, George. And let me switch you on. Blimey, that must feel good.
Yeah, it felt like a long time waiting, that first win of the season, but you know, they made us work extremely hard today to get the job done. Beddingham and Robbo played extremely well, but luckily that second new ball we managed to just find another gear and get ourselves over the line.
Were you always relatively calm? Certainly at lunch. Obviously you went wicketless in the morning session, and they started well again, didn't they, after lunch? Were you as a team pretty relaxed?
I think we were. I think I'll give some credit to both Wellesley and Nathan. Actually, they spoke really well at the lunch break. Spoke about how, you know, they both played a lot of cricket. We're a young side, but they've seen it happen before. If you stick in and keep going, things will go our way eventually. You know, and we tried to slow the game down as much as possible. I don't know if you'd have seen Nate at mid-on. He was always standing there just trying to calm me down, take my time, relax the situation, and then just go and execute the skill. And that's something we maybe didn't do just before lunch. We didn't quite execute as well as we wanted. But it turns out Nathan was right, and if you keep going and execute, things will go your way.
How good is that to have someone like Nathan Lyon at mid-on, between each delivery, just coming over and having a little word? I mean, goodness, I don't know what he's saying to you, but whatever it is, just having that presence, that sense of calmness, how vital was that for you?
I think it was massive, especially personally for me today. You know, we are a young squad, but we do have that real blend of experience at the moment as well. You look at Nath, Bales has been around most of the week, Will, Wellesley, Keats, Boshy, like, there's so much experience that we can learn off at the same time. And there's no better way to learn than learn by winning at the same time. So, look, we really needed that this week, and I'm very, very happy that we got over the line.
And just talk us through that spell with the new ball, George. You got on one of your runs again, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah. I managed to get a little bit of a longer spell from this end. I bowled from the top end all of the first innings and most of yesterday. And if I'm honest, I didn't really like the top end, and luckily I got a chance to go at this end, and something just clicked, as it sometimes does with me. When it just clicks, I can get on a bit of a roll, and luckily we caught really well and got the job done.
I can have a look at some of your wickets here. What about this one? You made sure you got to that one, didn't you?
Yeah, if you don't catch them off your own bowling, then you're doing something wrong.
When you get on a roll like that, and it's not the first time that's happened for you, is it? I mean, do you sense anything changing? Do you feel like I'm right in it at the minute?
Yeah, I feel it mentally, but you know, it's just confidence. I think if I could bottle it up and walk out and start every spell with it, then it'd be amazing. But it's just one of them things, you know. The knees start pumping, the adrenaline's going, and you just start to execute a little bit better. And I can't put a finger on exactly why that happens.
4 for 52 looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, better than when it was none for 30 earlier on in the day, off about 5 overs. But no, it was a whole combined effort, to be honest, as a group today. Aspie bowled really well up front yesterday, and has had an absolutely fantastic first, you know, performance with the ball. Nath has held an end together, and you know, everyone's chipped in at times. Saki and Will haven't had rewards in terms of figures, but again, like I spoke about before, they've had experience, they've helped us through, and bowled well without luck at times as well. So it was a full group effort. And you can't forget about Wells either, chipping in with a very important wicket.
Yeah, that was pretty key, wasn't it? Goodness. When he's batting like that, though, again, we're talking about kind of being calm and what your conversations were at lunch, but when Stokes comes out and starts reverse sweeping over here, again, how difficult is it to keep your minds clear as a group when that's happening?
To be honest, I think we all felt pretty clear and pretty calm. Maybe, again, because of Nathan's presence. You know that the ball's spinning, and we've got a bowler who's got more than enough quality to get him out. And the fact that he's having to play reverse sweeps to try and clear the rope when he's only faced about 10 balls tells us that, you know, he's not finding it easy. So that gave us a bit of confidence, if more than anything. And, you know, he tried to play one of them reverse sweeps, and Wellesley got him. So that was brilliant and a big turning point in the game, I think.
There's been little elements through the course of the season so far where you've had good moments in games, haven't you? You've put it together across 4 days here. So going forward, how important will that be for everybody that you've been consistent and you've crucially got over the line and won a game?
Yeah, it's massive. Confidence is a big thing. Like I said about with my bowling before, confidence is what it's built on when I get on them spells. As a young group now, we know what it takes to win a game. We've put it together for 4 days today, and the challenge now is, can we have a day off, come back in training and get ready to go and do it again at Old Trafford this week. Because even though we've won this week, because we've been so poor for the first 4 weeks, we need to find a way to still get ourselves out of a bit of trouble that we're in. So now it's about backing it up, and I'm sure that if we carry on playing like we did this week, we'll be able to do that.
And just a final one on the venue here, and there's been a lot of talk about obviously Lyon and Stokes in this match. We've had great weather, the crowds have been good. How much have you just enjoyed playing here at Blackpool Cricket Club. From our point of view, everyone does really well to look after us and put the best possible show on. Is something you kind of would emulate?
Yeah, absolutely. I love playing my cricket here, as I do with all of our outgrounds. To be fair, I think we've got the best outgrounds in the country. But no, Blackpool's a special place to play, and when the sun's out, I don't think there's anywhere better. The crowds have been really good all week, and it's nice to be able to get sort of like up close and personal with them. You know, sign a few things. I think Nath was getting a little fan club going down here in this corner the other day, and it's fantastic, and we get looked after really well when we come here. So, thank you very much to Blackpool Cricket Club.
Well done, George. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Teammates are coming out, I think, for have a beer, so go and join them.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. George Balderson live here on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. Right, I think that's it. Thank you so much for your company through the course of the 4 days. Hope you've enjoyed it. The coverage via BBC Sport as well as Lancs TV. And from Lancashire's point of view, they've got the season up and running, a first victory. A really good 4 days of cricket, hard fought, but Lancashire have won. They've beaten Durham by 60 runs. We'll catch you at Emirates Old Trafford on Friday morning.
Two local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
In 1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. Decisive. What a moment.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on come the crowd.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt.